Colega mea, Sala și Senatului.
Rectorul când
Yes. Hopefully, hopefully not there next year. Kind of one of my dad, one of my dad was I saw your name this. How are you? Great. I think it's so many people.
Stand by
How are you? It's fine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Timișoara, here at the University of Life Sciences, King Mihai I. Thank you for taking your time to join us today. And a special thank you to our speakers, the organizers and the host of our event. We are gathered here today to speak about education and the continuous training that they have a key role in the economy of the future. Education about the standardization and the interlink with research, innovation will be the key topics that will keep us plugged in during 2 days of the event. Just a short mention with the rules. This year, our conference is held in a hybrid format. So we have approximately 100 online participants, and the event is being broadcasted online on Astro YouTube channel. So just for your information, smile and look engaged. Okay. To ensure a smooth experience for everybody, and also online and everybody here in the room, all online participants will be muted. And if they have any questions, they will be posted in the chat and they will be answered during the Q&A session at the end of the day. Therefore, over these 2 days, we will explore, as I've mentioned, the intersection of standardization with education, research, and innovation. We are delighted to host you, all of you here at the university, and we are delighted to host the distinguished speakers members from the industry, from the academia, as well from the national government and the European Commission. Our goal is to share best practices. It's working, right? To foster collaboration and more to speak and to promote education about standardization in this part of the Europe, and to consider integrating standardization into their work. It is also important to highlight that education about standardization is a topic on the agenda of HLF, the high-level forum. What is a high-level forum? It's an expert group of people where standardization, education about standardization is one of the key 5 priorities. Therefore, I would like to officially open the conference, and I'm honored to welcome Mr. Stoichitzoiu Alexandru, President of the Board, to share the organization perspective and welcoming message. Mr. Stoichitzoiu's leadership has helped position ASTRO as a facilitator of innovation, being active in shaping and aligning national standards with European international norms, particularly in the context of sustainability, digitalization, and regulatory frameworks. Mr. Stoichitzoiu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause, being the first speaker of the day. Thank you.
No need. Thank you all. Good morning, and welcome to the beautiful city of Timișoara in Romania. As my colleague already introduced me, my name is Alexandru Stoichitzoiu. I've been elected president of ASTRO as of this year, and I'm currently together with Mrs. Chila, we're leading this organization. Unfortunately, because my memory is not as good as it used to be, I will have to ask you to allow me to read my introductory speech. So please allow me a few minutes to say a few words. So dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to Timișoara, a city where academic excellence, cultural diversity, and innovation meet. Hosting this conference here is more than a formality. It is the symbol of our commitment to connect ideas, people, and solutions. This year, the Balkan Conference for Standardization reaches its 10th edition. We are proud to continue this tradition side by side with our partners from across the region and to make Timișoara the stage for dialogue and cooperation. I extend a warm welcome and sincere thanks to the representatives of DG GROW, ISO, Senelec, and ediție, of national standardization bodies from the Balkans, and as well to the academics, researchers, and industry experts joining us today, both in person and online. Your presence provides once again that standardization is not a closed circle, it's an open, collaborative mission. I would also like to express our gratitude to the University of Life Sciences in Timișoara, a member of ASTRO, for its ongoing collaboration, support, commitment to advancing research and education in areas closely linked to standardization. Likewise, ASTRO is proud to be a partner in the AFCOS project. We deeply appreciate the partners' continuous engagement and support in making this conference possible. Their contribution highlights the importance of cooperation between academia, industry, and the standardization community. We meet at a time of rapid technological change, environmental challenges, and shifting public expectations. In such times, standards are not just technical references, they are the foundation of trust, interoperability, and sustainable development. They tell us how to connect, how to innovate, and how to make progress together. But for standards to remain relevant, standardization itself must evolve, becoming more proactive, more inclusive, and faster to adapt. At the heart of this transformation lies education. Without education, there is no next generation of standardization. We need to integrate standardization into academic curricula. From engineering to economics, from sustainability to cybersecurity, students must understand that standards are strategic tools for global alignment, innovation, safety. We also need to connect research with real-world implementation. By linking scientific knowledge with practical needs, we can show young professionals that standards are enablers of competitiveness, not barriers. Over the next 2 days, I invite you to share openly, challenge ideas, ask questions, and explore new forms of cooperation between research, policy, and practice. Timișoara offers the perfect setting for this. Let us use this opportunity not only to discuss further of standardization, but to shape it together. On behalf of ASRO, it is my great honor and privilege to extend a warm congratulations to Professor Dr. Cosmin Popescu, which is the rector of the Life Sciences King Michael I University, and to Professor Dr. Carmen Dorin, who is also pro-rector of the Life Sciences King Michael I University from Timișoara, on the remarkable occasion of the university's 80th year anniversary. 8 years of excellence in education, research, and service to society is an outstanding achievement. Your institution has shaped a generation of professionals and continues to be a beacon of innovation and progress for Romania and beyond. I extend our heartfelt thanks and congratulations, and we look forward to many more years of fruitful collaboration. Thank you very much, and I would like to take this opportunity to offer Professor Carmen a small token of appreciation from us. Professor, this is from ASRO, the long time collaboration that I had over the years on all of the sport organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stoichitoiu. Thank you very much to Mr. Carmen Dorin, the Prorector of University. We have Mr. Rector online who will address us a couple of words. Professor Dr. Cosmin Popescu, Rector of Life Sciences King Mihai I University from Timișoara. Professor Dr. Popescu is a highly respected scholar in agronomy and environmental sciences, has led his university since 2016 with vision and dedication, strengthening its research excellence, international partnership, and commitment to sustainability. We are privileged to invite Mr. Popescu to address this distinguished gathering.
Hi, everybody. I don't know if you heard me.
We hear you perfectly.
Yes,
Thank you.
very well. I don't have the permission for control the image and the sound, but I see you very, very, very good. And please, with your permission, I want to say hello to everybody which coming in our university, Life Science University King Michael I Timișoara. Not only for our friends which are with us online, but also in the same time for all our friends which are with us on site. I want to start to say welcome in our university, and I'm proud because this type of the event it's happened in our university, but for me it's very important because if I understand well, and I saw many very responsible people, they are gathered together for discuss about the next generation. I want to congratulate my colleague, Professor Kamila Tulkan, because she organized together with the Vice Rector Dorin Kamen of Professor Dorin Kamen, and together with our team, this type of event. I think it's very important to speak about the next generation. And a few days ago, in a time of celebration 80 years regarding the start of our university, I spoke with all people present in our aula about the importance of education. And I put one question, and the question I think is available also for all the representatives today in our event. What can happen with me or with you if I don't prepare me, I don't start to be one educated people. And I think today, together, we speak more about this regarding the next generation. We speak regarding the standardization. Why it's very, very important, standardization, not because we're speaking about some rules, some procedure. No, not only this. You cannot speak like a manager, like a leader about standardization if you don't have one vision, if you don't have one direction, if you don't have one strategy. And with standardization, with rules, with procedure, you can put in a practice in the way your strategy and your vision. With one good vision and one good strategy, and working with a very good procedure, you can arrive in your point more quickly, and I think that I'm sure more easy. We can take one advantage regarding the time, regarding the money, and in the same time, you can take one advantage regarding your team without many discussion and many tension, social tension, and with one equilibrium. What happened today in our university, I think it's very, very important for our university, but in the same time, I'm proud because together with us, it is not only the representative from the Romania, but at the same time from the our continent, the very important representative in the field of standardization, and of course, together with us, speaking with my colleague, with Kamila Tulkan, and with Professor Dorin Kamen, our vice rector, together with us, his friends and colleagues from other universities, from the business company, a very good business company, from a public institution, and not only.
Thank you very much.
I won't be with us, but you have a very good colleague, which will be with you, Professor Tulkan and Professor Kamen. Thank you very much for your presence in our university, and I wish you very good discussion this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rector, very much for your kind words, and the Prorector, Ms. Tulkan, for all the support and hosting us here at the university. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we will move over to another session, national and European perspectives, and focusing on how governments and European institutions collaborate to advance education and research in standardization. Please welcome Mr. Guillaume Roti, Head of Unit H3 Grow, Standards Policy European Commission, who is joining us online and sharing insights into European institutions and the role of standardization in shaping European priorities. Mr. Roti brings extensive and distinguished experience within the European Commission spanning across areas such as European Commission and national investments, as well as competition. I now hand the floor to Mr. Roti.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Thank you for the introduction. And let me say it's a real pleasure to be here with you, although online. I very much regret not being able to be in Timișoara, which is a city I don't know, and I will miss the opportunity to know it better. But I'm very happy to be introducing this important conference. First, let me introduce myself. So as you mentioned, I'm Guillaume Roti. I'm the new head of unit for standards policy in the European Commission since mid-July. The European Commission, of course, has an important role to play in the standardization policy in the EU. We are actually managing the standardization regulation that allows all EU legislation to rely on standards to deliver their objectives. And we are also supporting the European ecosystem, the European Standardization Organization, the universities, the research community to better cooperate to ensure that we have a very efficient system in the EU in terms of standardization. It's my first few months now on this job, and every day I discover how important standards are for European policy. Of course, they are super important for the internal market. It's really the backbone of the internal market. It is what allows to have a level playing field. It is what allows the different companies to cooperate and to compete on a level playing field. And I think it's also a very important tool for this Commission political priority of simplification. You may have heard that it is very important to our Vice President Séjourné and to the President of the Commission, Mrs. von der Leyen, to simplify how we do business in Europe. And it is our conviction that standards are a key simplification tool because standards allow easy and safe or reliable access to the market. So it is really for us important to ensure that the standards are available and that the economic actors can rely on them to compete on the single market. But I'm also discovering on a day-to-day basis how standards are important from a strategic perspective. It is really an essential tool for the EU to be able to compete with international actors on the new technologies, to be able to implement the digital transition, to ensure that these new digital tools, they have rules that are safe for consumers, but also that allows the market operators to innovate. It is very important to ensure that we are actually transferring the green technologies into the homes and the real life of the European citizens. So standards are of strategic importance to the EU agenda. Of course, I'm not the first one to notice this. It's been in the discussion for quite some time now. This has been embedded into the new approach to standardization that the Commission has pushed since a couple of years now, and most importantly through its standardization strategy of 2022, where we as a Commission made really the statement that we should have a more policy approach towards standardization. One of the main achievements of this strategy, and it has been mentioned already, has been the creation of the high-level forum on standardization, which is now gathering 56 members, if I'm not mistaken, and which is really an incredible place where the different actors and stakeholders that are interested and important to European standardization can discuss, exchange best practices, and ensure that the overall system works better. And I think you will have quite a lot of debrief from one of the important work the forum has done in the field of education. Another important outcome of the strategy has been the evaluation of the standardization regulation that the Commission published not so long ago in July this year. And this was very important to ensure that we have a shared diagnosis as to how the European system is functioning. It's a very long and very rich document that I invite all of you to take a look to. But let me try and outline the main takeaways from this diagnosis, which will be important for the future to us. The first one is that the European standardization framework works overall quite well. And I think we should not forget that starting point. European standardization organization are delivering the standards that we need from an EU perspective. They are active on the international front. So I think overall we have a very good basis to build from. However, we have identified 4 challenges where we think we would need to do better in the coming years. The first one is no surprise. It's the speed of the entire system. It varies quite a lot how fast we are able to deliver standards at EU level, but in many instances it is too long. I think the average figure that we came up with is 6 years from the moment we ask for standards until the moment we have the standards ready for regulation. And I think this is an area where we need to improve, and we should not only improve on the speed dimension, but we should also improve on the responsiveness dimension. So are we able to have the standards we need at the moment we need them when we have new political priorities, for instance, on digital products or on clean energy products? The second important takeaway from the evaluation is the common view that the system could be more inclusive, that SMEs still face a lot of barriers to access the standardization process, that researchers, academics are also not as active as they could or should in the standardization process, and that we would all collectively benefit to have a more inclusive system which would improve the overall quality of the standards delivered at European level. The third takeaway is a very technical and legal one, but with very wide consequences, which is the question on the accessibility of standards and whether a standard should be accessible to all European citizens for free or very easily, or whether we should keep the current system of standards that are still and will still be protected by IP rights, but have to be purchased by the users. And in that area, we have now several judgments and recent judgments from the Court of Justice that we will have to take into account. The fourth takeaway is about the international involvement of the EU standardization system and the diagnosis that we are somehow losing a bit influence in the international fora for standardization, and that it is very important that we are regaining leadership in international standardization from the EU perspective. So based on this evaluation and this conclusion, the next step for us is going to be to propose a revision of the standardization regulation. This will be our main objective for the year to come. This will be a very intense process where we would rely a lot on the standardization community in Europe. The objective is to identify solutions that everyone can feel comfortable with. And we are right now in a phase of consultation. We will publish probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow an open public consultation on the revision of the standardization regulation, where we are very much looking forward to the ideas, contribution, best practices that the stakeholders can put to us for consideration for this revision. I have not mentioned the role of research and education in this revision and in this process, but it is a strong conviction from the team here and in the Commission that research and education is a very horizontal theme that can help to address all of the challenges that I've mentioned. In terms of improving the speed of delivering standards, it's quite clear that if we are able to better articulate the research effort with the standardization efforts and with the policy efforts, we can be faster. We can be better prepared collectively when we need a standard if the pre-normative work has already been conducted. So I think here there is a clear synergy, and there is a clear need to have a better strategic planning between policy, standardization, and research. Obviously, research is also, and education as well, is also super important for improving the inclusiveness of the standardization process. We are very much looking at ideas, solutions, how to improve and facilitate the participation of the research community and of academics to the standardization, to the technical work, and also to the policy work. Just as a matter of example, in this high-level forum that we have set up, we don't have as many research or education representatives that we would like. So maybe that's also an open call for everyone to volunteer for that. But it's important that we find ways to facilitate the participation of the research community to standardization. Another point, and that came, for instance, just last Friday, I was having a discussion with a key European company, very active in standardization, and I was asking them, okay, how can we make Europe more influential in the international standardization process? And the reply was very simple. It was, we need good experts. The only way that you are influential if you are the best as what you're doing and what you say makes sense and convince the international partners. And I think here it's very important that we manage to accompany the transition of the pool of experts working on standardization, and that we have a very strong emphasis on education to be able to have the best experts that will provide the best expertise in the technical committees, and that's how we will gain more influence in the international process. So that's a bit the different areas we are currently thinking, working on standardization. As I mentioned, we will prepare a new standardization regulation for next year. The timing is still to be fully defined, but currently, starting now, we are really in consultation mode, and so that's why we are very interested to hear from your exchanges today about how research and education can contribute to improve the standardization performance in the EU, and we will be very happy to hear about your talks and the solution you'll be able to identify. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roti. We appreciate your insights, and we are actually very happy to have here the collaboration between business, academia, and researchers. So it's actually quite the topic for the next revision of the standard. So thank you again, and next time hopefully we'll have you with us here in the room for the next conference. Yes, it'd be nice to accept, yeah, here in front of everybody. Good. Yes, now we will please to introduce and welcome Mr. Octaviana Marincaș, Director of the Romania Ministry of Economy, Digitalization, Entrepreneurship and Tourism. Mr. Marincaș will convey how standardization can support education and innovation in Romania. And she's a dedicated leader at the intersection of policy and practice, playing a key role in shaping frameworks that foster Romania economic growth and drive innovation through standardization and digitalization. Unfortunately, Ms. Marincaș won't be able to be with us, but she will take the floor online.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting to attend this important event for standardization in the Balkan region. I am deeply sorry that I cannot attend in person, and I am pleased to be able to connect with. So, distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers and all participants for the work that you are doing. Ministry of Economy, Entrepreneurship and Tourism, through its Directorate of Industrial Policies and Financial Instruments for Industry, supports Romanian standardization an integrated action within the actions that are taken at the European and international context. Fully aware of the importance of standardization in the present, our ministry is committed to implement its policies and strategies to use different financial instruments in regard with its mission. The constraints and the multiple crises that we are facing generates difficulties that we can overcome together. The Ministry of Economy has new strategies since 2024, and the higher education and the research area have new laws in Romania that stipulates and stimulates concerted cooperation at the international level. We are focused in continuing providing financial support for standardization. For instance, our ministry contributes to different financement innovation chains, implementing different state aid scheme that target innovative small enterprises. Nevertheless, even we assure a certain amount of budget for the national organism for standardization. So we are cooperating with the Ministry of Education and Research, with the National Authority for Research, to assure a complementarity and synergic action plan. Because at the Romanian level, we have, as you know, the National Plan for Research and Innovation, where there is a special dedicated instrument for innovation. And in our vision, we think that we have to cooperate and to support the value chains and to build up the ecosystem in this regard. So we think that standardization is part of the design of the research and innovative projects. Sure that this conference will nurture and contributes to the dynamic of the changes that enforce support for the integration of standardization into education and innovation in Romania. I am sure that the community, being aware of the new challenges that we are facing, will develop new ways of addressing these challenges. So thank you very much for having me, and I wish success for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marincaș, for your intervention and for your words. And we are now passing to the speakers present here with us. And I will now want to turn to international insights. And please welcome Mr. Nikita Taranco Acosta, Regional Coordinator of Europe and Central Asia from ISO, International Standardization Organization. Mr. Taranco Acosta plays a pivotal role in advancing ISO's mission to develop international standards that facilitate global trade and innovation. Please have the floor.
Thank you for this introduction. Bună ziua, good morning, everyone. I hope people online can hear me as well. So first, I would like to thank, of course, ASRO and the University of Life Sciences, Mihai, the first of Romania, for organizing this conference and for extending the invitation to ISO. As it has been pointed out before, the theme of today's conference, research and education, as trigger for NextGen Standardization, is vital because if we don't embody education in the early stages of the education process, there will be no next generation of standardization. Let's be honest about that. It will be very difficult to prove the benefit, the impact of standards on the international level. So before I give you some perspectives about ISO, let me tell you a little story about myself and how I came across standards for the first time in my life. Growing up, I had to switch not only between languages because of my background, Ukrainian mother and Spanish father, but also between alphabets, Latin and Cyrillic alphabets. Each one has its own rules, its own characters. And 10 years ago, I wrote my thesis on the topic of competing transliteration standards of proper nouns. I realized how many misunderstandings we can have when, for example, names are transliterated incorrectly in a particle. How many confusions can arise from such simple thing as a name. So I didn't know anything about standards back then, but I realized that it's important to have some set of international rules or guidelines for these kind of things to avoid confusion and to make, of course, people's life a little bit easier. Then I found out that the Latin alphabet, for example, that most of us use here on a daily basis, actually is standardized through ISO IEC 646. It's a key character encoding standard. Then for Cyrillic, it's governed by ISO number 9, which guides transliteration for clear cross-language communication. And then even the alphabetical order, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, until Z, even that follows standards like ISO 12199. All of this ensures consistency worldwide. So isn't that impressive? Though often invisible, standards quietly shape how we write, how we read, how we communicate, how we understand each other. And my university studies back then in multilingual communication and interpreting revealed that switching alphabets means navigating a world built on shared agreements, on international standards that help cultures connect smoothly. So let me now move to the ISO perspectives. I would like to explore maybe 3 key elements. Let's have a brief look at the history of education about standardization, how it came about, the current landscape, and also initiatives that are already in place. And then let's think about the future and what global collaboration on this topic looks like moving forward. So when it comes to history, education about standardization is not new. For many years, national standards bodies, but also technical experts and academics have introduced standards into education. That was often done quite informally. There were laboratories, for example, who would follow testing procedures rooted in international standards, but without explicitly naming those standards. And that sometimes led to confusion or to a gap, because we would know what to do, but not know where the process comes from. And historically, education varied greatly across countries, with standardization knowledge treated mainly as a national prerogative. But then, as global collaboration grew, we have frameworks such as, for example, the Bologna process that harmonized education systems and opened doors for exchange programs. We have funding schemes like Erasmus+, which encourage cross-border projects. And I think we have a few perfect examples, even here represented in this room. Collaboration between ASTRO and BDS, to name a few recent successful collaboration work that was done here in the Balkans. And now when it comes to ISO's own journey in the education area and research about standardization began in the mid-2000s with initiatives like the ISO Award for Higher Education in Standardization that was set up in 2007. This award encouraged universities to integrate standardization into their curricula. And then in 2014, ISO published a teaching standard publication, which highlighted good practices between standards bodies and universities worldwide. This publication was based on a series of in-person workshops that took place around the world, and also collected the experience of different NSBs with the aim to help other NSBs establish education about standardization-related activities. And then we also have other examples. Though the World Standards Cooperation Academic Day, for example, which existed, was paused during COVID, ISO and IEC continue to collaborate closely on education topics today. Even a student who is now a former colleague working with me at the ISO Central Secretariat, Lucas Catalani, he did a master thesis while doing his internship at ISO 5 years ago on the topic of education about standardization. Because of his research and his thesis, he also developed a survey that reaffirmed members' interest in the topic. And he also conducted a literature review, which eventually led to the ISO education program that was established in 2023, 2 years ago. The main results of his work were published in a publication that is accessible online. We have it on the website, Stimulating Education About Standardization. So this is a little bit the history, where we are today. The education about standardization community is growing steadily. Maybe not as fast as we would have wanted, but it's growing steadily. There are more events, we see there are more initiatives, and especially here in Europe, I think this is clear because it's also driven by EU priorities. ISO has established, as mentioned, the Education About Standardization Network. The network currently has 60 members. They meet on quarterly basis, and the network is meant to foster collaboration, initiatives. We have examples like the International Standards Olympiad, of course, a yearly competition that takes place in South Korea for mid and for high school pupils. And then we have the School Day for Quality Culture, another more recent example from 2023 from the Dominican Republic. That competition is for primary school pupils. So these kind of competitions also demonstrate that there is an expanding reach in engaging pupils and students from younger ages, not only from the university education. So going forward, to sum up a little bit, what are our goals? Our goals would be, of course, to deepen cross-border collaboration and to build a shared vision for education about standardization across different education levels, as mentioned, not only the university level. Then, for that goal to be achieved, we also need to strengthen connections between standards bodies, academia, educational institutions, of course, to break down silos and also gather meaningful data on activities and impacts. Because without data and without proving the impact, it will be very difficult to prove the value of education about standardization. So we need to promote research also on the tangible benefits of standards. And for that, we have developed methodologies for economic and societal impact developed on ISO level. And finally, what we think is important for the future is to link standardization education to global challenges, to pressing needs, to make it more relatable for people to understand why it's important. So, for example, one of the global challenges that we all can relate to would be sustainability. So linking education about standardization studies to something related to sustainability would make it more relatable, like biodiversity, plastic pollution, environmental data, and so on and so forth, or maybe something related to technology, AI, multimedia, authenticity standards, collaboration. So finally, we need to make sure that everyone is engaged, all of the community, the students, standards professionals, and also because they are going to be the future employers for sustainable standards ecosystem. Thank you for your attention. And just as a recap, collaboration is the foundation of standardization, and education is the key to expanding its reach and impact. We believe from ISO's perspective that together we can empower knowledge, we can foster innovation, and build a more connected world through standardization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarancu Acosta, for your contribution. And as you said, you've been highlighting very well that collaboration is the foundation for standardization and education is the key for expanding its impact. Thank you very much for those conclusions. Now, on this positive note, we are pleased to welcome Ms. Andreea Gulaș, Director of Policy and External Affairs of Senatului. Ms. Gulaș leads the organization's engagement with policymakers and strategic partners across Europe and beyond, shaping international standardization and driving innovation through standards. Please welcome Ms. Andreea Gulaș.
Thank you very much. Bună dimineața și din partea mea. Trebuie să vorbesc un pic română dacă sunt la mine acasă. It's a pleasure to be here and thank you very much to Astro and the University of Timișoara for inviting Senatului here to be today as well. I have a presentation, so I'm switching a bit the flow, but I don't have a standard on the alphabet. So I think that is something we will all take away from today's conference. I will introduce very briefly Sen and Senelec, but of course, a lot of you know Sen and Senelec because you know Astro. And Sen and Senelec only exists through our members, and I'm very happy to see here a lot of our members today. So we have a variety of sectors that we cover in Sen and Senelec, and I think together with Ediție, we cross-sectorially cover all the different standardization fields in Europe. And I think that's a very unique strength of the European standardization system, because we have a variety of standards that are being developed in Europe, being developed globally as well with our counterpartners in IAC, and implicitly then support a lot of the research, innovation, and next generation studies in Europe. In terms of the membership, of course, we have members throughout the geographical European area. We work on the national delegation principle. So our members are the ones that bring together all the stakeholders, all the academia, all the researchers, all the industry at the national level to develop European standards. And at the international level, we have our cooperation agreements with ISO and IEC, which imply that we don't duplicate efforts. That's the whole reason of having these agreements in place, is to make sure that we develop the right standards at the right level, being European or international. Now, I think Mr. Roti was mentioning earlier that it's a large system at the European level. We have a very complex system at the European level. It's a system that has been going on for many years. It's in continuous evolution, and we will see that now as well with the evaluation of and the consultation of Regulation 1025. But just to give you a size image of that, when we're talking about experts, it's about 90,000 experts. But I think something we need to be very aware of is that we need a next generation of standardization experts to come to our technical committees. It's standardization has been historically very much linked to more technical standardization, more end of life cycle for experts. So I think it's very important that we insist on bringing the next generation of standardizers to the table, and we rejuvenate a bit the standardization world as we know it today. We operate in technical committees. I think our portfolio of standards is about 24,000, 25,000 standards that we have. And I think that's a richness that the academic world and the research world can tap into. And I'm sure we'll hear some examples of how that is worked out in practice as well at a national level. The policy context was explained by Mr. Roti already, so I'm not going to dive too much into it, but I think it's important to note that in Europe, we have this very strong link between regulation, policy, standardization, and implementation. And I think by its definition, that's a strength of the European market. And it's something that we need to make sure that this public-private partnership, the relationship that we have between the legislator, between the standardizers, and the stakeholders is seamless, it's smooth, it's fast, it's digital, it's evolving. And I think part of this was also the establishment of the high-level forum to show why it's important to invest in certain critical priorities for Europe. We also have at the European level, the ICT multi-stakeholder platform, which is mirroring a bit the digital ICT priorities. And of course, it can seem very, very far sometimes. I talk a lot about the Brussels bubble because I do live and work in the Brussels bubble. But all that doesn't happen without a very strong input and contribution from the national levels. And I think that's where we rely a lot on the standards organizations nationally to translate a lot of the priorities from the European level and engage at the national level with the national stakeholders. The high-level forum and the standardization strategy put a lot of emphasis on education and skills. And I think that's very welcome. It's somewhere where I think it's always been identified that we need to link better education, skills, standardization, but it's the first time we saw this translated into a concrete policy initiative. And based on this standardization strategy, the Pillar 5, we have also the high-level forum that initiated a pledge on education and skills that a lot of us have signed and committed to. So I think it's important that we also walk the talk because we have committed to put a lot of different mechanisms in place to connect better with research and innovators, with academia, and to see how we can translate this relationship into concrete actions. You have on the screen here a bit the pledges that we have done, but I know this is coming up later as well because there are some very strong actors in this education and skills work stream from the high-level forum that have translated this into concrete contributions as well. Now, why does standardization matter? Of course, I will say standardization matters because it's my job, but standardization does matter not only for the alphabets, which I think is very interesting, but also for really translating knowledge into concrete implementation, into concrete solutions. So we have this consensus-driven platforms at the European level to translate knowledge into standards. But we also need the input from the academia, from research and innovation to feed into the standardization. I think there is this gap that we have between where innovation happens, where new technologies are being developed, where the advancement of knowledge is happening, and how much is that translated and captured into standardization. Standards is a very, very powerful tool to have that knowledge translated into market deployment, into market solutions, into access basically to a lot of the markets and products in Europe and beyond. So I think it's something that a part of the conference today as well is to explore that better and see how we can instrumentalize that a lot more. The approach to standards, between standards research and innovation at the European level is very much by trying to identify new topics for standardization. So we have a lot of relationships with the academic world. We integrate standards and research. So there is a very clear link between European projects and standardization projects. And gradually, we're also building capacity and connections within the membership of Sen and Senatului around research, innovation, standardization, and slowly going into the education about standardization as well. Now, the concrete things that we do, and I think you have some flyers here as well and some banners that reference Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is a European research framework program that enables market deployment of research and innovation. We participate as Sen and Senatului in Horizon Europe projects, but even more so, our national members participate in Horizon Europe projects. And I think that's a mechanism that, at least in the European frame, is a very structured, is very strong. And there, I think, as standardization organizations, we need to be a lot more present because we have a lot to offer. I was mentioning this 25,000 standard catalog, but we have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of platforms, a lot of technical committees in a lot of sectors. And we also have this capacity to translate research into concrete results. And I think that's something that Horizon Europe in particular is looking at. We have a lot of guides, of course, because we're standardizers, so we put everything in writing as well. So we have a lot of guides and a lot of different procedures on how to facilitate that. And I'm sure the slides will be circulated as well. So that's something to look into. And I wouldn't call it light reading, but it's reading. Then in concrete terms, what we do and offer is in terms of making this connection with the academic world, with the research innovation world, we look into screening existing standards. So what exists already in the market. We facilitate the joining of research projects or of academia to existing standardization world. I was mentioning we have around 450, 500 technical committees at the European level. So that's another way of enabling the direct link between research projects and technical committees. And then, of course, we encourage as well academia and researchers to also tell us which standards need to be revised, what needs to be updated. Is there a particular innovation that the academia or researchers have that can be fast-tracked at the European level that we bring into the market? So that these are all different mechanisms that are in place. Where we still need and have some work to do is to make them known and make them make the academic world and the research innovation world aware that these exist and that they are in place. We have a project currently going on, so I'm hoping to see the follow-up of this 10th Balkan conference, maybe into the 11th Balkan conference next year. We have the Edu for Standard project, where we work together as well with our colleagues in ediție. it's a project that is very much on education about standardization. And I think, Henk, maybe, I don't know if you'll mention that as well, but I know we work with yourselves as well to develop particular education modules that can be easily transferable. We're building different teaching equipment for standardization. So it's really a very strongly supported project by the European Commission through Horizon Europe to create this real impact through education about standardization. We also have a lot of different webinars and workshops. We are trying to connect and attract young professionals to standardization. So we have a whole series of interviews of why young professionals get involved in standardization. I think it's always very interesting and exciting to hear from young professionals that are invested in standardization. And we have e-learning modules as well that we're offering online to facilitate this understanding of standardization. I think, Nikita, you were mentioning how you got into standardization. Not a very similar process, but very much coming also from the outside into the standardization world. So I think when you're not part of the standardization community, sometimes it can be very difficult to understand what we do. But I think once you're in it, it's a very exciting world to be part of. For researchers and innovators, we have the network that we have established with our Senate members, because as I mentioned, of course, the facility of having a discussion with your national standards organization in your national language to build connections nationally, it's key and it's very important. We have dedicated website where we bring together all the standards and innovation best practices, all the guides that I was mentioning, all the different examples and tools that we have in place. Of course, other tools like Research Help Desk, things. And I think we have a Standards and Innovation Awards as well. So we do, it's a new award that we have initiated a few years ago. This year, we are starting the first time when we're going to have an education award. So this was something that we put in place to recognize primarily researchers and innovators in the standardization world. This year, we added the education category as well. The value of this award is, of course, it's nice to get an award. It's very nice to be recognized for the work. But what we are working very closely with the European Commission as well is to embed this into the DGRTD, so Research and Technology Development Directorate of the Commission. So it's part of the larger European event where we have the Senate Standardization Innovation Awards. And the nomination always comes from our members. So again, this link with the members is very important. Then something that we have deployed as well quite recently is the scientific references in standardization. I think it's important to note that standards by themselves and by nature are anonymous, but we know that from the academic world, it's very important to be recognized and have your name in writing. So this is a project that was initiated, and we have now also the public reference of those scientific contributors to standardization published on our website as well, and all standards that they contribute to. Of course, more information always available online and at our Research Help Desk, but I'm also going to be here today and tomorrow, and I can answer questions in English or Romanian. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Gulaj. Mulțumim for your contribution. And now we will, I'm pleased to welcome Ms. Claire Descler, Director of Education and Knowledge at ETSI, European Telecommunication Standards Institute, who will share the European perspective on education about standardization. Ms. Descler leads ETSI's education about ICT standardization program, equipping the next generation of professionals with solid understanding of technology standardization. Please welcome Ms. Descler.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. So on behalf of, well, ETSI, our Director General, I'm very happy to have been invited here to speak to you today. I'm also very happy to speak after Andrea, because in fact, 90% of what she said, I could have put the ETSI logo on it. So in fact, she really makes my life easier because I am not going to repeat, but you can bear in mind that things related to standardization strategy, the way we function is not quite the same, but the fundamentals are the same. So for those of you, I think there are quite a lot of people online and maybe some here that don't know exactly what ETSI is. So within the European Union, with the third organization that's recognized, so we do have European roots, even though we do have quite a large global reach with our partnership projects and with the quantity of standards that have been published due to our partnership projects. It's about 60,000 in all that are freely available from our website, so truly accessible. We have many global partnerships as well, so European roots, but a good outreach, lots of 100 partnerships with other organizations. We've been around for not as long as some organizations, but over 35 years, specifically in the ICT sector. And we have a totally different model to Senatului. We have individual members. These members come from all parts of the industry. So we'll have small organizations, very large companies, but also research entities and academia, very important for our discussion today. And then, of course, the governments and public bodies and societal stakeholders. So a very good mix of industry representatives. Thanks to this, we really pride ourselves on being independent, but also inclusive. And so our operations are hopefully totally neutral, and this gives a trustworthiness which shows the inclusiveness in global standards. Our slogan is designing tomorrow's world. So we're really looking to the future, and this is where we need the younger generations. We need to anticipate what's coming. And again, with the research and innovation activities, we are trying to do so. Being at the heart of everything digital, so looking very much to new technologies, to 6G, to the Internet of Things, obviously cybersecurity and all that goes with it. And so I'm here and I have my role because the ETSI members acknowledged that it was very important to create a future generation of standardization experts and to support the EC standardization strategy in this way. And the General Assembly of ETSI decided that they would invest in this. 2 years ago, they created a project on training and standardization to build on what had been done in the past, because the first textbook produced by ETSI was done in 2018. This is quite known in the areas where we've managed to publicize it. It is used, and I think we have people here that do use it. And this was our first step to investing in the future for the basis of innovation, competitiveness and sustainability. So we're trying to build this awareness and understanding and give people tools to play this active role in shaping our future world. So our approach, as I said, the General Assembly decided to give a little bit of budget for this. We have a master text standardization program. So based on what we had produced before, our textbook, which has an enormous slide deck that goes with it, with quizzes, with case studies, all tailored for university use. We've tried to elaborate on that, and we've created e-learning videos. We've created a little game. It's actually quite little. It's here, if anybody's interested in it, which is a card game with sort of trivia questions, more to stimulate the desire to know more about standardization than to actually teach the standardization process. And we're in the process also of creating a learning management system. So this will be freely available, so accessible to all, and we hope that people will use this as a complement to their teaching. This should be available by the end of the year. So it's a set of very short videos with a slide set, with the text, and with quiz questions. When you finish the course, you get a little certificate to say you've completed the course. So make people aware that they are learning and they can share these certificates on media or whatever. We try to participate in summer schools, webinars, guest lectures. So we participate with some universities. So we're always available to go and help and try and create links with academics, with teachers, provide a toolkit for these teachers. So as Andreas said, we're also involved in EU-funded projects, EU for Standards, the HLF. We're collaborating with NSDs, with European universities and industry to co-create education resources. And the creation of resources and strategies for educators to integrate into the teaching. So to really have a toolkit that we would collaboratively create. So for the future, we really want to continue our collaboration. So this, we're trying to reach out as much as possible and make people aware of what we're doing. We're continuing our development of video-based training and creating, as I said, our LMS, where we need to grow the content. So we're very interested in listening to what people say they need, to listening to what other areas other than ICT would like us to explain to them about our domain, to create partnerships with more universities. We're trying to also support the fact that we have our standards engineers that speak and share their experience, because this is what will attract also the younger generation, to have real cases to show where it works, how they can influence the future, and to get a feel for it in this way. To encourage internships as well. The best way to learn is to come and see, to come and do. And we've had quite a few discussions. The labor laws in France are not very supple. It's not that easy to get people to come and work with us in France, but we have had one very positive experience recently, and we are very open to a discussion to try and make this happen. And via that route, increase young professionals' participation in the standardization process. There are many ways that the young professionals can come into ETSI and participate. Via a university membership, this is available with a very low fee, so quite accessible, but also via our STF, which means Specialist Task Force process, which means that we do have young researchers that will come and participate, actually paid to do the work, to bring in innovative or future-looking pre-standardization work via our STFs. We also have interoperability events where also you have student groups or young professionals that will come to test and have hands-on experience of learning how to actually implement the standard and check that it works. So these are sort of tools that we have that are available. And I just wanted to mention that we have a dream with Seventh Senate to create a new textbook, which would be a multi-part textbook, because ours is limited to ICT standardization, even though many of this applies also to other standards bodies. But we'd like to have a textbook that explains the European standardization environment. And this, hopefully, sometime in the near future, will become a reality. And we would do this together in multi-part, so people could take the part they want or use it all, depending on their needs. And that's actually, I've got quite a few more notes, but I think we have a panel discussion afterwards. And so I will keep the rest for the panel discussion.
Yes, thank you very much. Now we have some time until the coffee break. So I invite everybody here in the room and also online to ask questions or even have remarks if you have something to add on the presentations that they've been shared so far. So the floor is yours. The ones from the online should raise their hands so they would be unmuted. Yes, Ms. Kilia.
Yes, thank you, Larissa. Let me break the ice. First, in welcoming all of you to this conference. As standardization goes across the technical area and is present in our every social economic activity, it is more than relevant, more and more to have such promotion of education about standardization, to educate, to teach our collaborators and especially young professionals into the speciality, let's say, of standardization. I welcome very much this dream of yours, Claire, that you mentioned, to have a somehow unified, it's a common dream, yes, and we at national level share very much this common dream, because here we are present several organizations, national organizations for standardization in this region of Europe, and it would be clearly helpful to have something common at European, but also at international level, because standardization at European and international level, it's not so different. And it would clearly help us to do our own job here at national level. In Romania, we have sporadic, let's say, approaches in national universities. Some professors that participate into standardization activities in technical committees, they do include some words, some examples of standards or standardization in their teaching materials. We do not have yet some sort of a national common approach in all the universities, and I think this is a problem not only in Romania but in other countries as well. So thank you very much for this dream, and we support it very much at national level. I do not have a question, I just wanted to make this remark. And please, those of you from national standards bodies or from the academia area, please share any of your ideas that you might have around this important subject, education about standardization. Thank you.
Well, I guess we can invite people to share their ideas in a more informal way until we get a bit more accommodated. So we invite you for a coffee break and share, please mingle between you and the national body, the academia and the business. And we will reconvene here at 11:30. No, at 12. So we'll continue the sessions with the next panelist. Yes, good. Thank you, everyone.
And for those online, we reconvene at 12. Thank you.
What?
L-am văzut concursul pe parcarea.
Deci l-ai și văzut.
Da.
După cum s-a ridicat de pe scaun și a făcut că bagajul mi-a dat seama că...
Dar o zi să fie, dacă nu vine nici la băut.
Diseră cu siguranță și-am declarat viitorul. Acum, faptul că ești măcar la mult și găsești.
Da.
Chiar e tare.
It's already past 12, so we will continue with our discussions. Thank you for joining sharp back in the room. And our next session is a discussion on education about standardization, focusing on initiatives, best practices, and the role of integrating standardization into academic curricula at both the European and national level. This panel brings together distinguished representatives from leading academic institutions who will share their experiences, challenges, and success stories in teaching standardization, as well as strategic for preparing students to become future professionals in the field. Please welcome our panelists, Ms. Ivana Mijatovic, University of Belgrade, Mr. Cătălin Lungu, University of Civil Engineering, Bucharest, Mr. Henk de Vries, Erasmus University, Rotterdam School of Management, Mr. Dan Dubină, Polytechnic University of Timișoara, and Mr. Călin Munteanu, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, Timișoara. I will now hand over to our panelists to share their perspective and insights. At the end of the discussion, we will have time for questions and reflections from both in-person and online participants. I now give the floor to Ms. Ivana Mijatovic, full professor of the Faculty of Organizational Sciences, University of Belgrade, a leading expert in standardization and quality management. Her academic work focuses on standardization, education about standardization, and quality aspects of technology-enhanced learning. Please have the floor.
Thank you so much for this nice introduction. Today, my task, and thank you for inviting me, Asro, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event. My task today is to present a little bit of my experience in teaching standardization. Do I have the presentation here? Okay. So basically, I'm a passionate teacher of standardization, and probably my career as a professor of standardization is not the one that can be a role model, because I'm the second generation of teacher of standardization. So I started after a professor who established all of that, and my job was quite easier in that sense. So basically, what I want to share. I started teaching standardization, but basically my first job after finishing university was related to standardization. The right title was engineer for technology development and standardization. First, let's say my first day at the job was related to understand how Danish company with which we are functioning, the company functioning in that way, are dealing and what should be accustomed in production for the Danish company. After that, I was infected and stay in this, change my roles and go to academia. In academia, I started to teach at quality management and teaching a concept of quality. And you know that there are a lot of standards related to quality management. Basically, in 2011, I take over the course on standardization, and I just change. I have changed the way, let's say, sorry. You apologize for that. Back. Okay, so I call this era happy era. I will explain later why it was happy time. So in 2011, I started to teach business aspect of standardization and change a course to company perspectives. In 2015, my department changed name from quality management to quality management and standardization. And the same year, I published my first textbook on standardization, and 4 years later, the second edition. Why that time was happy era? Because I travel around the world a lot and have 50 students. Marvelous 15 students on a third year, one of the senior years, and it was, if I can say, happy era. As all happiness has its ends, so that was the problem. So my backgrounds in 2024, my colleagues and some interdepartment politics decided that standardization course went 1 year before, and since 2024, course standardization is taught to second year students with age of around 20 years, and I have 443 students. So it is 15-week course on bachelor studies, and in teaching this course, there are 4 of us. So what is the end of happy era? The concept of teaching and having, bringing standardization closer to young generation started to be a question of bringing standardization to very young generation. So basically, the concept I have proudly developed and presented was, in some cases, should be changed a lot, having in mind this generation. So this era is keep calm and redesign the whole concept. But with students with no previous knowledge about standardization, it is quite different. And the course objectives, and this is the first slide of my teaching without these course objectives, is related to just open some minds and to bring standardization closer to young generation in a way to provide them open door for a new world. On the other side, my task was to prepare the course that young generation or my students would love. But my ambitions were not to provide all answers to them. And I still think that is impossible. My task was to just make them curious about standardization. On the other side, what I learned from the previous two generations. Basically, you have two pictures, please. I learned from my students, both of these images are created with ChatGPT. So I tried to just see what we have in our classroom. Please be aware that we do not have students as we were when we were students, or that today's students in early age of their studying are not similar to the students 5 years before. So basically, they learn from technology, not from us. The key point is not a teacher who is teaching to huge group of students, but the content presented in special way. Teaching small group is completely different from teaching large groups. So when I see initiatives which are addressing everyone in one group, that for me, from my point of view, that is something that is quite obsolete. On the other side, teaching younger students is very different from teaching older students. So my students are highly motivated to solve big industry problems. New generations are not afraid of stepping in of some serious, big, large business problems or industry. For example, we starting with company Nulesi, which needs standards consultation. So basically, just the point of view is changed. Now, in the first class of exercises, we put our students in a specific role. Now you are a consultant to a company. You should learn something. We will see what. And then they receive a task, what to do for that company. It is nothing, but we just create the environment and provide inputs for industry analysis. First, we learn how to analyze one industry. Then we learn how to look what standardization can tell us. First, I have to just say I'm teaching at business school, and this approach is quite different than in engineering school and so on. So I saw that my students are less motivated to analyze literature, for example, standards. For many of them, standards, as we know it, are not so understandable. I know you will say to me, yes, standards are written in that way to be for many situations or to be used in any circumstances. But in a way, attention, how to pay attention in very young ages is very different. But on the other side, they are highly motivated to produce something, to write scripts about standardization. So if you provide them opportunity to do something, they will try, majority will try. In such a large mass or such a large number of students, I'm sure that I will not reach each of everyone. And some of them are without influence, if I can say that. What I saw that they really want to see a big picture. Not only explanation, there is this organization, that organization, or those. They would love to see it. If I can say to see it, what's that mean? For example, we use a lot material developed by ediție, and there they provide a good set of slides, and they want even to look how they do it. What are they? Who are the experts? What are their motivation? Let us know what is motivate someone to start doing some job. But they want to find that on internet. So how one solution can change the world and what happens if that solution becomes the standards? With my colleague Sine from NextGen Standards, we are now writing a new teaching case study related to possibility that one technical specification changed the world. Can you imagine idea that we will produce 50% less of steel? And that is something that I can hear. If I propose this to my students, let's see what's going on. Yes, the technical specification Sensenelec is already existing, is published. Yes, the video material is already existing. All I'm talking, they can check through their phones. And then I have a silence which is focused on what we are talking, what are standards and what they can do on the market. So it is in development, this whole process, but I think that is the way that new generations want to be involved in standardization. There are plenty exams. Please be aware that my experience in all of that is related to academia, but there are many similar experience in other areas. So basically, sorry. Can I? I'm so sorry. And what are the challenges? To raise a child, you need a whole village. To raise a good future standardizer or future influencer to standardization or future influencer to European standardization, we need some surroundings. So I think really that is challenge that we all here need to start to provide a good quality digital teaching material. That maybe should not be anything so complex and so specific, but informative, short, informative, and a lot of that content. My students learn a lot from ISO website, not only because we are focused on international, we would love to be focused on European standardization, but ISO have the best site for teaching. So informative website of SDOs are becoming important teaching tool. Provide us information, let them search for something. We explain them how to find something, how to search, how to analyze who is the member of what and why, how to make assumptions, informed assumptions. And I was doubting my students use a lot of AI support apps for teaching and learning, but can we control artificial intelligence apps in content of standardization? My experience is telling, yes, we can do. We can provide a lot of influence on what today artificial intelligence is, but time is ticking. I'm not so sure that we can do that in a few years. And if you are not on internet, you do not exist. That is something what matter the next generation of us. I'm talking of very young students in their 20s. If there is no content about what you are talking on internet and they can check immediately what you are talking about, then I think the message is not coming where it should be. So I think that our task is to show the real world of standardization. But do not make them so polished and so wonderful and so perfect. No, they can do that. They can find ways to improve it. So basically, I do not have conclusion. This is only sharing my experience, and I'm open to walk and talk, and I'm open to learn a lot from you and from all others, and finding a new ways. Teaching is never-ended story. Every teacher knows that. You think that you've done everything, but no. The generations are changing, industry are changing, so we should be aligned with all of that and keep going on. But instead of conclusion, I will not say too much, but I will just mention the European initiatives who support education on standardization, and for university professors, the doors are open. This time, the collegial support is something that is raising up. We have a project that started last year in January. It is Edu for Standards, European initiative. You have a QR code here, and what we are looking for our colleagues to share experience. In these projects, there are plenty of universities we have 12 universities, and we established something we called Edu for Standard Teacher Support Tool. That is something that can help teachers to start new lesson, new class, maybe new course or the part of the course at bachelor or master level. What we want to establish a network of teachers and to exchange what we have, and of course, exchange material. I will just at the end say something, if I may say. Just one experience, Professor Rudy Becker from University of Eindhoven last year received award for his teaching on standardization. And he spent his money on taking videos about standardization for his student. Now he shares his videos, he shares his prize for his work with all of us. And now we use his videos on our classes. So impact of teacher is much larger than we teacher thinks it is. But we have sharing community, and if you see Edu for Standards is place for that. We are not perfect, and we are not the project is not finished yet. There are much things to do, but through the collaboration and through the mutual activities, we hope that we can do something and help to raise a level of education on standardization in Europe.
Thank you very much for your words. We appreciate your contribution, and we want to give time for all our panelists to discuss. Thank you again. And I'm happy to give the floor for some insights to Associate Professor Dr. Cătălin Lungu, a distinguished academic and leading expert in building services engineering. Dr. Lungu has held leadership roles in various professional organizations, and his contributions to research and education have significantly advanced the field of energy efficiency in building systems. Please welcome Dr. Lungu.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you also to our host today, the University of Life Sciences, King Michael I. Thank you also to the organizers of this event. And I must admit that today, even if I'll share some of my small experience in standardization, it is the case when I learn more than I share. And this is great for me as a person representing the Technical University of Civil Engineering, even if I don't have a mandate to say something very formal in this respect. And then as a formal representative of different professional associations which have a lot in common with the standards. I think that standardization is a very important topic, even if in our university is not understood as it should be. Of course, there is a question, the first question, maybe the initial question would be if I use standards in my teaching activities. Yes, of course. How many? Very difficult to say. How many standards do we have, for example, in the construction field? Probably hundreds of standards. How many of them are presented to students? Probably some dozens, not let's say a very big number. On the other side, in my opinion, let's say using standards and education about standards are two different things. Using standards, it's of course, or it can be an obligation, even if standards, we all know that are let's say not mandatory documents. They are optional. We also say to students that they have to follow and to respect regulations and laws, technical laws. So in this perspective, it's a quite complicated answer. If we are doing enough for this field. Of course, I will share more about my experience with standards and with standardization education when the panel discussion will begin. I also want to share the fact that we organize different events, conferences. One of them was organized a few days ago, and I had a presentation about the avalanche of directives, regulations, and harmonized standards. And I figure out that the people in Romania don't have enough information about harmonized standards. They are very important. They are, in fact, the main tools in transposing, in fact, putting in place the directive provisions. And in my opinion, we have to do a lot in order to promote the standards, to have this awareness in the construction market that standards are very important. I would also share the fact that my intersection with the standardization field started maybe more than 10 years ago when I used some European standards, more specifically energy performance for buildings standards, EPB set of standards, as we call them. And based on these standards, we conceived a very important technical regulation, the calculation methodology for energy performance of buildings. And besides this technical regulation, we also conceived and generate a very known in Romania software helping the energy assessors to compute this energy performance for buildings. So I'll stop here with this, let's say, short introduction, and I'm waiting for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lungu, for your intervention. I want to mention that we have several questions for all the panelists after they present their information or they have the speech. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to Professor Emeritus of Standardization Management, Mr. Henk de Vries, Erasmus University Rotterdam School of Management. Mr. de Vries is leading authority in the field of standardization, the quality management. He has significantly shaped ISO management system standards and was recognized by ISO for having the world's best education in standardization. Therefore, I'm happy to give the floor to Mr. de Vries.
Thank you very much. Emeritus, that means being retired, but thank you very much for still inviting me. So that means no teaching anymore, but I still continue a bit with the research and in particular with writing about research already done. Let me move to that. Yes. Can I get the next slide? Yes. Oh, now it goes back. Is the next one? So the question I got is, okay. The question the organizers asked me to answer is why education about standardization at the business school? So you can have it at a technical university, the technical areas, but also as the business school. Well, I think you all understand that standardization is often about technology, but it is relevant for companies and other stakeholders, but in particular also for companies. And that's the reason, the main reason to educate about this at the business school. What is from a company perspective the main issue? That's the question. What do I do standard and what not? And there are different ways, different answers, and there's not one good answer. This differs really per company, but you have to balance what's standard, what not. If I do something standard, do I define this standard myself, or do I make use of external standards? And in case of external standards, do I want to be involved also in developing those, or do I just accept what's available? So that's the main choice. That relates to the company externally, so to the market positioning, but also internally to the processes, to the effectiveness and the efficiency of the operations. And of course, it also relates to innovation. And there's a natural tension between standards and innovation. But as research shows, if managed in the proper way, then standardization may support innovation. And my chair on standardization management is within the group on innovation management, and the students are innovation management students mainly. So this topic gets a lot of attention. I'm just taking your example of energy performance. We did a study on that, and how does this standard for energy performance, so a requirement and a calculation method, so that's about measurement, how did this influence innovation in the construction sector, and which policy lessons can we learn from that? So how to increase energy performance while at the same moment supporting business and the overall economy. So, and that turns out to be possible. So it's a win-win situation. So that's the business side related to the technical side. Sustainability, yes, indeed. That's also an area. I will come back to that. So this is from the need of industry to pay attention to standardization, but there's also a need from the research side to pay attention to standardization at the business school. we made together with the PhD students and colleagues, we made an inventory of literature, academic literature on standardization, and also studies that cross disciplines. And that study reveals that the business field is the most central field that connects the other fields. And that means that in particular at business schools, you need to study, to do research on standardization, making use of the findings of the other disciplines. We also got a question about challenges and opportunities. Starting maybe with the opportunities, yes, there's an opportunity for education about standardization because there is this business need. We, as a business school, we also made this choice together with some other niche fields to distinguish ourselves from other schools. If you want, that was the ambition. We want to be among the best schools in the world. Then you need to learn from others and partly copy what they do. But if you only copy, then you never will be the best. So you have to do something different as well. And the good news is that more and more teaching materials are available. That makes it easier for teachers. That relates to a challenge. And the last challenge I mentioned here is the lack of teachers with a good knowledge and skills. So I had the advantage that I did not start at the university, but I started at the national standards body. So I had a lot of experience already in the field, which made it much easier for me to teach about it. That does not apply to everybody. So that's an issue. To get the topic in the curriculum, you have to compete with other topics. And thus to compete with colleagues. So that's an issue as well. And for the research side, though there is increasing attention, it is not an established academic field. So that also may hinder. How can it contribute to innovation? Well, a lot can be said about that. I can have many lectures about that. So this I should not do today. So standardization can contribute to innovation. Of course, then education about standardization is needed to make this happen so that people in the field of innovation know how to use standardization. And this is at different levels. This is within the organization, within the company, but it also applies to sector levels, and it applies to the national level or even the European level. How do we teach about that? It's not only about literature, but it's also about making students familiar with what is happening in companies with guest lectures and company visits. And they have to give advice to a company. So we have a cooperation with a spin-off organization of another university, the Technical University of Delft. They have, they call it the Green Village. There's all kinds of innovative technologies related to sustainable housing. And these are startup companies. But our students, groups of students, have to give advice to these companies how to make this very nice invention a success, making use of standards, and maybe also involvement in standardization. And then the last topic, sustainability. Can education about standardization relate to that? The answer is definitely yes. I think most of you are familiar that the United Nations established their 17 the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So sustainability, that's much more than environmental. It relates to all kinds of societal issues. Our school, the Rotterdam School of Management, decided to embrace those goals, to address them in our education and research, because companies in the future or in the present already have to pay attention to that. It's not just about money, it's about much more. And then they made an inventory about who of our teachers already addresses them. And it turned out that I was the only one addressing all of them already, without even before they existed. And this was done by a systematic curriculum design. And here you see at this slide how I did that. Here you see the standardization side, but the course is about standardization and innovation. So there's a similar list for the innovation side. So I want to have a complete picture. So I started the different levels of standardization: company level, sector level, national level, European, international. I pay attention to different sectors, different subject matter areas, different topics, the different processes of standardization, different aspects, and this comes from philosophy, so from mathematics to theology, so to each aspect a certain discipline is related. All of them get attention. What is the core of standardization? So that, of course, needs to get attention. Who are the stakeholders? How to relate? What are the stakes? Are there common stakes? Are there deviating stakes? How to address those? And some issues, like nowadays the military standardization. Typically, do you need the same standards or different ones? And a country that used to be a partner can be a foe next year. How to deal with that? So this is all being addressed. And then you automatically take the SDGs and take examples from each of them. So this is how I did it until last year. So questions are for later.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So now I'm honored to give the floor to Professor Emeritus Dan Dubină, member of Romanian Academy, President of Timișoara Branch, Director of Research Center for Mechanics of Materials and Structural Safety, Polytechnical University of Timișoara. Mr. Dubină is a world-renowned expert in structural engineer, making outstanding contribution to research and education, authoring over 240 publications and shaping the field both nationally and internationally. And we are really honored to have you here today. So Mr. Dubină, the floor is yours.
So thank you for introduction. As you see the title, I will speak about structural Eurocodes. Structural Eurocodes, which are if I can say, the standards used for design and build construction. So I will say something about history, yesterday, about today, the development, and the future. This is the content. I will not read this because I will follow step by step all of these, let's say, lines which are here. But what is good to know in the second Tempus Far Forum, which are practically an academic large program which have been used after, let's say, or from 1990, particularly for let's say, countries which are, let's say, have been in, let's say, the community. And they started now to the new, let's say, development. You will see history. The first step was this treaty for European coal and steel companies, which have been done in 1951 with 6 countries: Belgium, France, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, and West Germany. I would say that this was the mother of, let's say, this set of standards about structural problems. Now, the next very, very important, after 5 years, it was, let's say, the so-called European Convention of Constructional Steelwork. And what was important, you have seen and read all the countries which have been, let's say, at for the first time in this convention. What was important, that the technical committees of this ECCS has been pioneered the Eurocode, the Eurocode through in a set of structural design recommendation. This structural design recommendation, let's say, at the end, practically have been transformed in actually structural this is the first generation Eurocodes. Practically, it was started to harmonize the different standards in the national countries. And it was started before, let's say, or at the end of the decade of, let's say, the last, the last, let's say, period. This is practically the development of the steps for development. This standards, which actually are called structural, let's say, design Eurocodes, started in 1990. And let's say finished in 2006. Now, a very important step in developing the standards still in this case, but it's all the construction the materials and let's say type of constructions. Was realized by, let's say, the so-called Tempus Far program. I think most of you here are academics. I think you can know, you at least heard about this Tempus Far. So I don't, because it's a very very, let's say, large problem to, let's say, explain for this. But I will use some, let's say, examples. This was the first, let's say, Tempus project in Romania. You see there in 1991, 92 up to 1994, 95, with the title Development of Training and in Civil Engineering. And this was the first for seminars and publication. You see the 4 volumes in the problems of EC3, which is steel, and EC4, which is, let's say, composite, which have been, let's say, realized and disseminated in Romania. In fact, it was practically 5 different, let's say, tempus in this decade. And here is another, I would say, clear, let's say, effect of this by, let's say, realized 5 bilingual volumes, English and Romanian, and some 1,500 pages, which practically covered the most important problems in constructions. EC2, it's concrete. EC3, it's steel. EC4, it's composite. EC7 is foundation and foundation, let's say, and EC8 is earthquake engineering. With these volumes, teams representing the coordinating university, which coordinated these 5 programs, which was my university, but also the other 3 from Bucharest, Iași, and Cluj. With the contribution of INCERC, which is the Institute of Research in Construction, and the Ministry of Development. This team visited in 1998 AFNOR in France and BSI in UK, which the bodies practically in AFNOR and in UK for, let's say, the standards. So, after this visit and after, let's say, dissemination of this, you see, before 5 volumes, in the Ministry of Public Works, started the so-called CR, construction, let's say, construction program to provide technical regulation based on the, how to say, ENV version of Eurocodes. ENV is practically the primary volumes of all 58 volumes for this. And these are the first, you see, 7 such normative, let's say, documents to support design of different types of structures. Next, they are here another phase of institutional phase, which are practically what is now ASPRO, standard body, ASPRO, Romanian Standards Association, founded in 1998. The national responsibility authority was Ministry of Public Works with the 2 departments of the technical regulation and the committee of structural engineering. Standardization body, ASRO, Romanian Standards Association, as I told, practically founded in 1998, arrived in 2005 to apply and to take place in SEN. You know what this is. Also, ASRO formed this technical committee 343 for the so-called basis of design and structural Eurocodes to be used as mirror with the SEN TC 250, which are practically, let's say, the body for all structural design.
Unfortunately, we are a bit running over time.
It's immediately it's so since was is not at the time.
We will also have a time after the Mr. Munteanu, the presentation. So we have
Okay.
some questions.
So
And yes.
So now it was started from 2015. The work to provide the second generation of Eurocodes. You see, you have here the data which practically will finish up to used in all European countries. So the second general of Eurocode parts will be ready in 2026, next year. The publication will be in 2027, while the, let's say, withdrawal will be in the end of 2028, practically replaced the actual say structural Eurocodes still in used. Maybe it's good to know that for this production of the new Eurocodes, Romania are involved also in the so-called the so-called final form of this Eurocodes. They are members in let's say the draft committees for the parts of Eurocodes in still.
Thank you very much. I'm apologies to interrupt you.
It's the end.
Okay. It's from respect of the other
Science,
speakers.
engineering, and let's say the foundation. So
I'm inviting all the participants to take opportunity and speak with Mr. Academician Dubina in private, because he has a lot of knowledge and he's really willing to share with us and present here and try to see how we can use all his knowledge. So really appreciate and thank you. And for respect for the other speakers, we would like to give them the floor to have the time to speak. So applause, a round of applause.
but I want to say it. I present to you the main important real problem with starting. So it's okay.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Dubina. And I will now give the floor to Doctor of Medicine and Doctor of Philosophy, Mr. Călin Munteanu, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, Timișoara. Mr. Munteanu is a prominent figure in the medical informatics and biostatistics. He has contributed significantly to the fields of health informatics and biostatistics, with a focus on electronic health records and clinical data systems. So, Mr. Călin Munteanu, please have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished guests, honored members of committee, thank you for inviting me. I'll be short. I started as a bachelor in medicine. After that, I graduated my PhD in medical informatics. And I work for 23 years now in medical informatics. Also, I have my medical specialties as a public health doctor, medical doctor, and I try to figure out how to implemented the standards in our curricula in University of Medicine and Pharmacy Timișoara. And few years ago, when I started as president of technical committee for medical informatics in ASRO, I see the opportunity to change a little bit in our approach with the bachelors, and I had this lecture and a chapter on our book about standards. But we have, like other fields, great difficulties, great struggles to implement the standards in real world. In medical field, the standards are be for a better world, is for sure. What I want to say in short, why now? Because we are part of the European Union, and we have a common data space agreed to have in 2027, and that means all the European countries are be together in the lake of data, medical data. And that means we need to have standards, to comply to the standards, to be able to work with all our countries from European Union. And also we need for further to educate young doctors, young specialists in this field, because we have new challenges like AI in medical field, and we know without standards it is very, very hard, because our work, it is with a direct repercussion in the life. If the intervention it's failed, we failed, the system failed, that's a real problem. The attention on the master degree, it is our focus for next 2 or 3 years. I hope with collaboration from ASTRO and Technical University, and also from West University from Timișoara, to put together a master degree in conjunction with standards, because it is the standard and security. And we have both problems, and it is crucial, like AI says, it is crucial to have the standards are be good to have in our memory when we research some device, some software, and also when we compose a system for assist a patient, or to have training for AI, like because it is a real problem now in the field to train an AI to work with real data, and he need to maintain a stability in the system, and also the create a value response for a doctor, because this is with direct implication of the patient and the treatment. So we try also the master degree in this field, and also we have another competitor in pharmaceutical field with pharmacy faculty. We hope also to have a lecture or a master. I don't know what it's convenient for university to shape this form, but in that field it's also very important to have acknowledge more knowledge about standards and to train people who are able to operate and implement it and follow in real life, in industry, in medicine, the standards. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for. And now we would like, because we have a little bit of time, we'd like to ask all the panelists one question, and some of them already answered, but maybe you could point which is one opportunity or the main opportunity for education, for integrating education for standardization into the university or the institution you are part of. Which would be one opportunity that you see from the institution point of view? And does anybody want to start, or we start from the? Yes.
Yes, I can start. Maybe it's because I forgot to say something. There is a saying which says that the Americans like very much to certify products. Then the Chinese people like very much not to copy, because they switched from copying to experimenting and testing, and yes, not improving, but they also research a lot. And Europeans, of course, like to standardize. But listening today, your presentations and your point of views, it is not only because of that, but in fact, standardization is all about research, innovation, is about sustainability, is about also, of course, certifying products and materials. So just answering to your question and leaving time to the other panelists to express themselves. I think there are a lot of opportunities. For example, if we can share the information about standards, it is very important for the future workforce. So our engineers, our I don't know, some other architects and other specialists will be ready to enter on the market, not spending years to learn things which are already invented and already, let's say, verified. So I can add many other opportunities, but once again,
yeah, we stick to one from each of the panelists. Miss Imane?
I will say that future opportunities are in collaboration. And sorry, I think that future for conclusion for my institution is in collaboration, and maybe strengthen Balkan collaboration in that too. What we see today is something that I witnessed rarely. Professor Dubina, thank you so much for presenting us how difficult it is to connect research and standards. And Eurocode started in 1991, and effects are visible in 2040. Now we do not have that opportunity to have 20 years for something. Everything is speed up. So I think that conclusion from this, let's collaborate and save time. Yes.
Thank you very much. Who wants to take the floor? Mr. De Vries?
Yes, about your question about how, well, less about how to make education about standardization happen. The way it was done at my university was the initiative, of the National Standards Body, to establish a chair on standardization. And their choice was not to do it at one of the 3 technical universities, but at the main business school. And this is the model that is being used in other countries as well, like Indonesia, having memorandums of understandings between the national standards body and university. And they started at one university and expand that model. And this is what we did in our country as well. So now there are more universities that cooperate with the national standards body.
Thank you very much. Mr. Munteanu, your opinion about which is the main, if you want to share, is no, no pressure.
In medicine, it is about resilience. It's for sure.
Resilient, being resilient in the...
Yeah.
Resilience.
We need standards. We need training for standards because our work, it is important, and without standards we are not able to communicate like Romania to Portugal.
Okay.
We need a real European Union with the help of standards in medicine, because we try to figure out how to have a common ground in medical, not technology, it is a database. It is related directly with electronic health record, and also the portability of information all over the Europe.
Yes.
Because we are a nation spread on the Europe,
Yes.
and we need to follow our members, our citizens, but also we encourage travel. We encourage also the market to be present in all the countries, and we need the standards to be sure at this short time to 2027 to achieve a common lake with all European citizens, all the data, all the medical data in one single place, accessible for everyone. That's huge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muntean. I will go to the next question, and I will start with Mr. Dubina. I would like to ask Professor Dubina, which would be the main challenge from his point of view, integrating education about standardization in the university or higher education?
But this is not so difficult once you realized, let's say, the standards, because practically they are used from the beginning in teaching this is, but you see, there are 15 or 20 years to provide these standards. This is the problem. But once are developed, okay, we have introducing from beginning of 2000 in the courses with the students.
Thank you very much for your opinion. And I would like actually to hear also some opinions from the room. We have representatives from Ms. Prorector from University of Polytechnica in Timișoara. She's also present, and other members, professors from university, from Alba Iulia, Brașov, Iași. So I'll be actually really interesting in hearing their opinion. What would be the main roadblocker in integrating education about standardization? As Mr. Muntean was saying, maybe a course into a master program, maybe a master program. Which are the main, or one of the main roadblocker in integrating education about standardization in university? Who would like to take the floor from the participants? Please, Ms. Deleanu. I will pass you the mic.
We need the microphones. Thank you for inviting me for this participation, because I'm very interested in teaching standardization, because many of my students that have passed the standardization classes have jobs that need to know about standardization. So I try to cherish a part of my experience in this field of activity. And first of all, I have to thank you to the team from ASRO, because without the ladies and one gentleman from ASRO, I couldn't do the activity in my university and even in a research field. I teach standardization. The classes is named Basic of Standardization for a master specialization in my university. It is modeling and simulation in mechanical engineering. So I don't deal with a general standardization, especially standards for materials and material testing. And these classes is 2 hours and 1 application per week. It is from 2013, and my first teaching in this class was abroad in Cahul in Republic of Moldova for engineers prepared, Moldavian engineers prepared by our university. And now I have these classes in master and also in the doctoral school. The classes is named Standardization Boosts Research. And I try to make conscious my PhD students from our doctoral school that they need to know standards in order to have something new. Or to compare with old solutions.
Ms. Deleanu, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
In the matter of the time, could you please answer which is the main challenge you see as a professor in teaching education about standardization? Because we really want to pass the microphone to other.
Yes, maybe,
thank you very much.
Maybe financial problems in education. And I have to name 2 universities that point out standardization more than mine. It is about Technical University of Cluj-Napoca and also Timișoara. So I hope our leaders will understand that financial support may include standardization.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deleanu. Very well pinpoint. I would like now to pass it if Ms. Prorector Dumitrel is next to you. We'd like to take the opportunity and hear.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
My name is Alina Dumitrel. I represent the University Polytechnica of Timișoara. I'm a vice rector, and I think I'm very happy to be here with you. For me, it's I say a new subject. It's a meeting that I attend with great pleasure. I think for engineers and specialists, it's very important to follow these standardization rules. And I think it's very important for our students to have a class, but I don't say no for a master degree. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we stay in that corner, and maybe Mr. Maxineasa would like to share his opinion.
Hi, Sebastian Maxineasa from Gheorghe Saki Technical University of Iași. First of all, allow me to thank you to ASTRO and to University of Life Science Timișoara for bringing us together here at this extremely interesting event. Clearly, standardization is a must. It's a must that we need to have, and also it's a must to teach, yeah, to spread the standardization to the future experts. So in just a few words, first of all, I'm agree with Ms. I think I'm going to say it okay, Mijatovic. I think that we need to have a stronger collaboration between all of us, but mostly between the standard organization and the university. And also, I'm agree with Mrs. Professor that I'm not saying the financial issue, but I'm going to say that big, let's say, problem in spreading the standardization to our students is the access to the standards, which is actually a little bit a financial problem. We need, like I said before, we need to have this access to quickly to the standard in order to provide it to the students. Actually, we are teaching all the students, at least at the technical universities, all of the teachers have inserted in their lectures some standards that actually we need to teach them. So the access to the standard, in my opinion, I'm not considering like to be a big problem, but I think it's a problem that could be regarded in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will pass to the other corner of the room to Professor Tulbure to share with us his opinion.
Nu știm butonul. Thank you for invitation. We are a very small university in Alba Iulia, only 6,000 students. But it's in our interest, and I wish me to focus the standardization activities in the specialization fields. We should talk maybe more specific in the engineering. In our region, in the last time, we follow a good, very good development in the automotive industry. The automotive industry used a lot of standards and norms and some guidelines to develop products, and is very global, very flexible, should be adaptive, and we need the help of standardization, the help of European standardization in order to be competitive with another and to survive in the global competition.
Thank you very much, Professor Tulbure. I would like to ask if Mr. Professor Kopolovic would like to share his, or no, he's not, or yes, please.
Professor Mihai from Russia. What to say, because I think I'm one of the last speakers in this session, I can point out the fact that I think one of the main reasons that can help a lot teaching standardization within the tertiary education system in Romania can have as base starting point, let's say, correct a comprehensive awareness of the way in which our academic system take in charge the standardization, first of all, the use of standards within the teaching activities, the use of standards for supporting the research and development. That is one of the main aspects that must be provided by the university in our era. And after that, we can arrive and put in practice let's say, solutions that can be a very strong point for the base of the future education for standardization in Romania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before, I would like to end the session with Mr. Dr. Lungu, but before that, I would like to hear also the perspective of our host, Ms. Professor Tulcan.
So first of all, let me welcome you because I haven't have opportunity to do it in an official way. I hope you enjoy both Timișoara and our university. And speaking about the dreams, this was my dreams a few years ago to be able to organize this important conference in Timișoara. The first attempt was in 2022, but the COVID doesn't let us to finish our job properly. I am the quality manager of this university, beside teaching and research. And what I can say is that our students from the very first step in university, since from enrollment, they face to standardization, let's say, in all our standard operation procedure, day by day, implemented in our university life. Speaking about teaching in standardization, there are a lot of concerns that we are facing. Firstly, and basic one that my colleagues already mentioned is that we are suffering because the subscription of the standards it's not financed by governmental or in a very centralized way. So we are struggling to cover financial part of our collection of standards. Another, let's say, important fact, which is maybe not fully help us, is that this involvement of our professor in standardization activity is not recognized. At national level, let's say, for quality assurance agency, for KPI, for professor, never it's a written participation in standardization. So we have to work a lot on this direction in order to revitalize this involvement of professor also in technical community and also in this activity which are regarding standardization. And one other, let's say, it's not a problem, but it wasn't touched, this idea that in no research project, the output indicator, it's never a standard, it's only patent. So we need a change of perspective. We need something for the center level in order to be able to have a smooth, let's say, road on this direction. Thank you.
Very well highlighted, Professor Tulcan. We appreciate for your input. And we will end the session with Professor Lungu.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor again. I wanted to emphasize a very important fact that using standards is not the same of education about standards. And we saw the difference between my opinion, for example, or the other user's opinion, and the presentation of Ms. Mijatovic. It was very, very interesting and very pleasant to listen to your presentation. On the other hand, we heard today only beautiful words about standardization. It is normal. It is, let's say, a festivity, a conference, but we know that standards means complexity, means a ton of knowledge. For example, I am a member of several technical committees, and I receive every day many emails to reply. Sometimes I'm overwhelmed about the intensity of the work with the technical committees. So one challenge may be the complexity and the quantity of knowledge. And on the other side, if we add also the transformation speed of that knowledge, can put a problem to the users. I heard many times engineers saying, once again, you modified that regulation or that standard. It is very difficult for us to keep up the pace, and this can be also a problem for the future. So we have to pay attention to do things from the beginning very well, and not to have many mistakes, because as a standard user, I found sometimes mistakes in standards. So that's why my final word is let's use the standards, but standards are not a universal panacea, and that's why we have to work together and to contribute as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the contributions. What we could hear today in this half of the day is that, yeah, standardization is long past the technical fields, so it needs to be integrated in all kind of fields, from economic, social, legislative. Yeah, it has surpassed the fields of the technical fields. Therefore, let's take this opportunity, the lunch, and of course we will continue the discussions at Kramarekas and for dinner, where we will have plenty of time to debate. So we all invite you for lunch. It will be served in the lobby. You can use the terrace, you can use the meeting room to eat, and we will reconvene for the business panel at 3. And we had questions regarding the dinner. The dinner will be at Kramarekas. There will be a bus provided by ASRO that will pick up from here at the university and will bring us back after the dinner. So we have 3 hours at Kramarekas. There will be a small introduction of the winery, and then we will have dinner there. Thank you very much and enjoy. Yes, and for the people online, the conference will finish at 4 p.m. Yes. And we will meet again at 3, yes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What time we will be picked up at the university?
At 4.
So, at 4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now lunch. You are all invited.
Enjoy.
So good.
Yes, I mean, I wanted to, even if it was not the agenda, to get a bit the people to speak and to say their opinion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored to be here and to talk to you from the business side. I've prepared a presentation. I promise you I'll be very brief, and instead of going through each and every slides, I will put some figures which I've researched for this in order to address the questions just mentioned. First of all, why is standardization so important for our business, no matter the domain we are active in, no matter automotive, digital health, telecommunications, or constructions? Well, 93% of global experts are relying on conformance to standards. And I'm not talking, this percentage is not about the volume of global exports, it's about the type of products and services standardized. So certify as conform to a standard of some sort. To put, as I promised, to put some figures in order to illustrate what are we talking about. Not in 2025, I mean the end of 2024, the global trade reached almost 33 trillion US dollars. So 93% means over 30 trillion US dollars. And as for the automotive industry, only the exports of automotive components, because I'm talking from the Aumovio point of view, former Continental Automotive, we are talking about 1 trillion US dollars. The automotive industry exports means 4.85% of total exports. So it's something that we cannot afford not to be involved into. Given the specialization of my, given the patents, I will take over the open doors, the door opened by Professor De Vries. He was talking about innovation. Well, one very essential instrument in order to advance technological innovation is the so-called standard essential patents. The kind of patent which is declared essential for a standard. I've incorporated in my presentation the conclusion of a report, Top 100 Innovators in 2025, prepared by Clarivate, the former Thomson Reuters. And they pointed out that while producing only 5% of global patents, the most impactful innovations are generated by 50%. So a very small number of patents are quite impactful. And that's why, from my point of view, participating in technical working groups where this kind of, after a patent is, a patent application is submitted, is pending, is during, yes, is in prosecution, technical experts are going to the technical working committees and groups and talk about building a consensus about what is the most commonly agreed technology, and how to build that technological consensus. And one instrument, one means is that standard essential patent. I've tried to illustrate the plethora of standards that impact our business, because beyond innovation that drives technological advance in a trust building environment based on intellectual property rights protected by patents, well, the ultimate goal, I would say, it's to we are investing so much into coming with something very unique, distinctive on the market. But after all, our goal is to make it implemented, if possible, at global level or market. And for this, in achieving this goal, standards and conformity assessment, it's playing the major role. I won't spend too much time in highlighting the benefits, how standards boost our business, because also Professor De Vries talked about a little bit about innovation. Professor Delano pointed out that this kind of documents could inform or complement or serve in lieu of regulation, and that's why education is so important. And Professor Tulbure also touched one of these interoperability and scalability benefits of standardization. What I want to highlight, because it's my domain, it's how innovation, I perceive it as a catalyst, not necessarily as an obstacle. Only when there is over-standardization, I perceive over-standardization as could stifle a little bit the innovation, but keeping, balancing flexibility with uniformity, this could be the solution. But innovation, intellectual property rights, and standardization, from my point of view, or from a business point of view, if you like, it's the ideal combination in order to achieve, and it's strategically imperative, because one without another cannot function, after all. For this, what I see as a challenge is to keep standards up to date and to make it as transparent, and the time before reaching the public, the interested or the target public, to be as shortest as possible. And this cannot be achieved without stakeholder engagement, be it governmental bodies, be it input from industry or from academia. And let's not forget, we are not innovating just for Romania. We are not innovating just for Europe. I mean, in the automotive industry, I don't think there is just one component which doesn't involve several suppliers throughout the world. So we cannot afford not to comply. And in order to illustrate this beautiful colored map, I will remind you that the most successful story with standardization was the story of the Yellow Emperor, 2020, more than 2,000 years ago. He standardized a nation. It was not just a technical standardization. I remind you, not only he standardized the axle widths for cars, He standardized the roads throughout his empire. He standardized the writing in order for a person in North to be able to understand what a person in South is transmitting. So his standardization avant la lettre was a transformational one. So the impact or this kind of standardization enabled political, economical, cultural, and technical integration, which I would like to see also in Europe, if I may, allowed to express my personal opinion. And another aspect I would like to highlight is that also standardization, this is a paradox, it enhances competitiveness, because without the, as we speak, in this very moment, a standard group or a technical working group is making a decision which may later on impact our business, including education business. And we cannot afford not to participate and contribute, because otherwise, instead of leaders, we will become followers in the best case. And well, in order not to take too much time, I will illustrate or I will try to address the question how the education will improve including from our point of view, because for a business, in order to allocate time, resources, and staff to contribute to the standards, we will highly salute this kind of initiative to have people prepared in advance during their studies in order to get familiar with standards. And out of curiosity, I've made some kind of balancing, a return of investment for this in order to talk business. Of course, this return of investment will vary from business to business, but in terms of percentage, it has been computed that cost reduction of having educated people, which means a cost reduction of 10 to 30% in production and integration, a time to market improvement by 20 to 50%, and a revenue growth from expanded market access, because it's interoperability and global market access after all, and faster innovation cycles. It will cost our business lower to integrate innovation. So balancing costs versus risks, because maybe I'm not allowed to give you some examples of recalls of automotive components not compliance with standards and stuff, vehicles recalled by hundreds of thousands and so on and so forth. So putting in balance the investment in, I don't know, maybe in automotive industry, it's less than 1,000 euros per annually. And putting in balance maybe multi-million dollar or euro recalls, avoiding regulatory fines, which are not modest, reducing employee turnover, and most of all, improve customer loyalty and trust in that respective brand. So we cannot compare. So please present this kind of arguments to your staff from our point of view, from the industry point of view. And I think I'm now speaking not only for the automotive, I think I'm convey the message from any industry, it will be much more rewarded. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope it was.
Thank you, Ms. Ciurea, for your words and for highlighting so well the intersection between research, academia, and business growth and access. I will now give the floor to Ms. Alina Mădălina Necula, Senior Expert Biofuel Compliance East at OMV Petrom. In her role, Ms. Necula provides strategic leadership in biofuel compliance, ensuring that OMV Petrom's operation adhere to the highest European and national standards for sustainability and emission reduction. Her work plays a crucial role in advancing the company's environmental commitments and shaping the future of sustainable energy in the region. Please welcome Ms. Mădălina Necula, who will join us online.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the nice presentation. I was listening to what was said until now, and I was happy that part of the things I already feel it, and I would like to give you my examples. And also, I would like to come with some news idea from my professional and also private life. It's a pleasure to be now with you, even if physically I'm now located in Bucharest, but I'm together with you in Timișoara for these 2 days. So I work in OMV Petrom since in the group. I'm working since almost 20 years, and now I'm in value chain optimization business unit, and I'm responsible for the biocompliance of the East region in renewable supply contracting and joint department. I would like to shortly tell you some words about the company. So OMV Petrom is the largest integrated energy producer in southeastern Europe, and it is active along the energy value chain from the exploration and production for oil and gas to refining and fuels and distribution and further on to the power generation and marketing of gas and power. So we provide the energy needed for the day-to-day modern life. We are in fuels for mobility, energy for light and heat. However, it is not only this. OMV Petrom, it is also the first company in Romania that implemented a strategy for standardization. And this is back in November 2009, when we switched from standards taker to standards maker. For today, as I mentioned, I would like to give you my opinion for professional and personal life, how standardization connects to education and research with industry, and it's essential for preparing the next generation of specialists. Remaining a bit on the oil and gas, we operate here a highly complex and regulated environment. So from the safety protocols to environmental compliance, from product specification to sustainability certifications, standards are everywhere. Without standards, collaboration would be chaotic. With standards, we build systems that are future ready and resilient. However, we face growing challenges. I mentioned earlier about biofuels. There are some growing challenges in emerging domains. The energy transition accelerates, and we are entering in some area where international standards even are missing or are underdeveloped. And I come here with some example, with the biofuels. While some frameworks exist, there are still a lack of harmonized standards for sustainability, for traceability, and for blending practices. If I refer to the green hydrogen, here definitions really vary, and the certification schemes are still evolving. We need here clear standards for the production methods, for purity level, and for the carbon intensity. I'm thinking now on the electricity. Here, especially in the cross-border trading part, it's standardization, it's lagging far behind the technological progress. So there are gaps, and these gaps for sure create uncertainty for the investors and for the regulators and also for the company. I mentioned about creating standards in new domains. And I think that this is something that should be accelerated, because developing a new standard, it is a long process. And it is something that, with good connection and collaboration between academia and industry, this idea was mentioned also earlier by Mrs. Mijatovic, that we need to have a good collaboration with all of us. I would like to give now a professional view. So I'm responsible in our company. I'm the responsible person with the ISSC certification. This is the International Sustainability and Carbon Certification. This is crucial for demonstrating compliance with EU sustainability criteria. This certification involves understanding complex regulatory text, applying standardized methodology for the traceability and for the greenhouse gas calculation, and the collaboration with the auditors and the suppliers and the internal teams. Because it was difficult for me too when I came here. Now, just imagine how much easier this process would have been if some new employees which are coming in the department, in the sustainability standards, they already have a clue, an idea, thanks to their education. And because I'm a mother of 2 teenagers, I would like to share my personal example, what I'm doing with my children. I want to give them example. The standards are everywhere, and this started somehow during a holiday when my children asked me how that they can use the credit cards in an ATM in another country, no matter where we travel. And then I explained here that this is thanks to the international standards, that there are agreements who permit to have this security across bank standards. For me, this is an easy example, but for children, for my children, this was a question. And starting from here, I started and developed. And then I said, okay, while we were, I don't know, climbing some stairs, I explained also that there are some standards also for the height of the stairs or for the depth of the stairs. They are fan of riding scooters, not electrical scooters, mechanical scooters. And I think this is the scooter generation. And then I explained that behind the scooter, there are standards. For helmets, there are standards. These are products that are designed and that are tested according with strict standards to keep them safe. And this is how we started this discussion with a simple example in the day-to-day, in the daily life. And because they are, as mentioned, they are teenagers. One is now in high school, soon will be in faculty. Then I'm looking forward to their academic path and thinking what do they need to study, no matter which will be their domain and profile, but what are the things that are important for them for children to study. It is not easy because I experienced that also behind standard the language is not easy. Sometimes I perceive it like wooden language, because it is difficult. It's not something that it is acceptable for everybody. It is acceptable, it is accessible for professionals in a certain domain. But also, this is something that should not diminish the importance of the standards. So in fact, this should be highlighted. So this should be crucial. This should become crucial to introduce standardization early in education. Also to demystify the language and make this principle more accessible to young people, to students. This is how we will empower the next generation, not only to understand and apply standards, but also to make them to be easier to innovate this part and to improve this part. And I was I knew that there are the courses organized in University from Galați, Dunărea de Jos, and I noted here the name of the courses, that trainings that Mrs. Deleanu mentioned. And these are nice titles. And it is good that there are already organized for students, also for the masters. So it is clear that the academia plays a vital role. It is clear for me that when future experts enter into force, if they already understand the standards, how these are shaping the environment, they are better prepared for collaboration or to adapt or contribute to this world. And I see examples. I have colleagues which are fresh graduates, and I ask them, what do they know about standardization? How do they think that this knowledge would have helped them if they already knew this part of standardization when they reach and came here in our company. Academia is clearly playing a vital role. There are research institutions that contribute to the development of new standards. And yes, I'm thinking now on the renewables energy. Mainly, I'm thinking on the digitalization of the circular economy. Also, it is clear that the universities are the one who prepares students not only to understand standards, but to challenge the standards and improve them. And teachers who help students to see standards not as constraints, but to see them as tools. And there are tools for the innovations. In our company, I see this value of hiring graduates who are not only technically skilled, but also standard literature. They're able to navigate the regulatory frameworks. And it is so good when you see a young person who knows technical part and also understand this and already know some part of the standardization. It is, you do not start from zero to teach it. You start from something. And it is also easier for us, which are older in the organization, and for the newcomers. It was also mentioned that mentioned earlier that collaborative projects between the universities and companies are very, very important. I will add here also internship and mentorship to expose the students to the real world application of the standards, because standardization, it is not something static. Shouldn't remain as static. This should evolve, especially now in this online era. These were my thoughts. This is what I'm thinking now. I have in my mind the faces and the discussion that I have with the new colleagues, and also with the old colleagues. So
thank you very much, Ms. Necula, for taking the time and joining us online. It was a very good speech about the standardization, and we really liked how you highlighted that standards are tools for innovation, not only constraints and challenges. So it goes very well hand in hand with what Ms. Ciurea was saying about the collaboration and the language of the standards.
Especially the new things with the biofuels, with the hydrogen, especially for this.
Exactly. Thank you very much again.
Thank you also.
Contribution. We'll now hand over to Mr. Adrian Vasile, Engineering and Standardization Manager at Rețele Electrice. Mr. Vasile brings over 32 years of experience in the electricity distribution sector, and throughout his career, he has contributed to major projects such as ISO 9000 implementation, SAP integration, and the automation of power distribution systems. Since 2024, Mr. Vasile has been leading the Engineering and Standardization Unit, focusing on the adaptation and implementation of technical standards across the organization. Mr. Vasile, please have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I have another history story, and I hope you are not bored about it. And the story is from standardization to unification, a success story. You know, in 2010, the privatization process in Romania resulted in a power distribution organization consisting of 3 territorial high, medium, and low voltage electricity distribution companies: Bucharest, Dobrogea, and Banat. This power distribution have their own specification. For electrical equipment, they have their own guides within activity of design and acquisition of materials, with big difference and the use of obsolete standards. You know, maybe we use some Russian and Romanian old standards in 2010 in electricity. The difference between the equipment operated by those 3 distribution was very big, because we have difference from cables of low voltage to the high voltage switchgear. Everyone use their own specification for high voltage equipment. It was a mess. The levels of stocks were very high. The speed of rotation was very low. The financial losses was very big. The number of components in the stocks was very, very high. Some people in the company said that we have some hectares of logistics of equipments because we have some poles, cables, transformers in hectares. The procurement was very difficult because we have, when you want to make a maintenance program for the next year, you should specify some 1,000 or 2,000 codes of material for maintenance. Was a mess. It was very difficult to buy and make specification for these materials. The people who works in acquisition of materials was a large crowd of people who works there. Was very, very annoying for the company. The money losses are very, very big in this period. In 2011, we have a decision to make a training and the start of standardization and make the same specification in the company. We have a special organization structure of standardization and unification to unite all the specification and guidelines for design, investment, operation, and maintenance and procurement. The action group was made with people like with good experience engineers and many young engineers, so that the training process can be adequate. I would mention that the actual general director was in this group, was a young engineer, and he progressed to be general director of this company. Full subscription to ASRO standards has become mandatory, and all the material was with IEC, Senelec, and ISO standards. We have good interaction with people from ASRO and other actors involved in this designing the standards. 12 years was made to make this unifying. With maybe for most of us was a long time, but identical specification, technical guides were developed for all the 3 distribution. All the 3 distribution now are united specification. They have all the specification the same. And we have a standardization was gradually expanded to all equipments. We have 1,100 specification and guides in 12 years developed. Because, you know, a distribution company is based on a large code of materials, a large code. We use some, our base of codes of materials, some 5,000 key codes of materials you use. And you must have specification for all these 5,000 materials. The biggest progress was when our companies adopted the ISO 70,000 standards. I think for the industry is the most important progress, because all the materials we are buying, they take the TCA and the FAT process. It's important to have TCA and FAT. If you have TCA and FAT, you can buy good materials. You know, because total conformity assessment and the factory assessment test, it's important. You must, you know, there are Chinese now. They are selling everywhere in the world. If you don't fight with them with TCA and FAT, you have bad materials. We have a good collaboration with third-party certification organization in Romania. There are some one with RENAR, with ICMET, with ICPE. Those are third-party specification company in the electrical field. And we work with global company, with company from Italy, SGS, with CHEMA, with everybody who knows about this electrical test in the world. Based on the standards, the procurement and design process was completely unified in 2023. And now, because we have this unification, we can merge in 2024 all the company in one distribution. The benefits of merger, you know, it's important because you have one structure and your money spent, it's lower, is lowering. And one of the pillars of the merger of this company was the existence of a single standardization system. Because if you don't have in distribution the same standardization system, you cannot merge the company because it's not good. The benefits of using the standards for us is huge because we have massive reduction in acquisition expenses. The quality of acquisition equipment is improved. The quality of distribution energy is better. The customer satisfaction is improved. The reduction of warehouse cost is big. Maybe with 10% big, we have a good revenue here. We have a reduced quantity of equipment to be purchased. The staff is smaller. And most important, maybe the other distribution companies in Romania buy from Romania, but because we have global standards and we adhere to global standards, we can make global acquisition processes. We can buy from Spain, from France, from Italy, from China if you want. If you don't have standards, you cannot buy. Another possibility is that we make combined acquisition with other distributors from Romania or from other countries. We unite and we make a global procurement with bigger quantities. No, it's a different to buy 1,000 transformers or 5,000 transformers. The difference is maybe to 1 to 2, 50% you can make from this difference. And after this, our company have a big participation in the utility groups. Now we are member in some good 3 or 4 utility groups in the Europe. And now, because we have those standards, we are participating inside the technical committees to ensure that the standards are applied and our interest is sustained. If for a company, it's better to be in the game, not outside the game. You'd better be inside. And we are collaborating very good with people from producing part, because they say, we want to produce some switchgear. And we have an exchange of information for the prototype, and we're producing the switchgear we need, the better switchgear for us. That's all. People for my organization said that my presentation is too big, and they cut to 5 pages.
Thank you very much. It was very sharp and clear and concise, and I think everybody got the right message from your presentation, so much appreciated. Therefore, we give the floor to Mr. Florin Ciocan, Ecosystem and Innovation Garage Manager at Nokia. Mr. Ciocan is leading the company's innovation initiatives and academic partnerships. He plays a key role in establishing Romania's first Nokia 5G laboratory, advancing research, education, and technology development in the country. Mr. Ciocan, please have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for invitation and congrats that you are organizing a conference on this tough topic like standardization, a tough topic for Romania, at least, not generally. So it's very important seeing what happened during this first day. It's a big surprise in a good way for me that there is interest for standardization in Romania. Unfortunately, it seems that we are working in silos. So for this reason, a conference like this one is very useful. According to our agenda, we are in open discussions right now. So I will take the role of ending the presentation, last but not least. Before going into the presentation, I would like to ask you 2 questions. The first one it's related to the Nokia mobile phones. How many of you have had a Nokia mobile phone so far?
Good.
Yeah, that one's. Okay, thank you. Not a big surprise, not for me, not for you, most probably. The second question is, how many of you still have a Nokia mobile phone? Okay, so this is a good start for my presentation, because I don't need to excuse Nokia that is not doing any more mobile phones, but as you can see, Nokia is still alive, even Nokia is not doing mobile phones. So, what Nokia is doing nowadays? I will not insist, it's not about company presentation. I will focus specifically to the topic of today's conference, and just to highlight a little bit what Nokia is doing. Mobile networks, so we are still being very active in telecommunication. This is the main business for Nokia, but the network infrastructure, so technologies like 5G or 6G very soon. Cloud and network services, Nokia infrastructure, even former Alcatel Submarine division that's installing cables under the seas and the oceans and so on. And Nokia technologies. And on this one, I will like to spend a few slides, because it's related to the patent licensing and brand licensing and technology licensing. We have backwards about this year. It's a special year for Nokia, because there are 2 big celebrations for us. First one, it's 160 years from the beginning of Nokia. Yeah, it's quite surprising for some of you. 160. Obviously, Nokia didn't start with mobile phones, even with the fixed phones, because Graham Bell has invented the phone a little bit later. So what did Nokia at the beginning? Is anybody knows?
We have some cables for power made with heads from Nokia.
Yes, before the shoes, the rubber shoes, this is one of the main business at that moment, and wood and paper and things related to this. So Nokia has reinvented periodically, became well known for mobile phones. Now it's acting as leading in telecommunication industry after some years, tough years during 2010 and 2015. But we don't have time today to discuss about this, eventually afterwards. The second celebration is Nokia Bell Labs. This is the Nokia Technologies, the fourth business unit, who celebrated 100 years a couple of months ago. The results of the 100 years, especially 100 years of Nokia Bell Labs, are these ones. 11 Nobel Prizes. I don't know how many companies you know with at least one Nobel Prize. Definitely there are. There are a few other with several Nobel Prizes. As far as I know, none of them is close to Nokia with 11 Nobel Prizes. And for sure, there are just few in Romania, like Nokia, like multinational companies with at least one Nobel Prize. Again, a question for you. By chance, is anybody aware about the most important? A Nobel Prize is important by nature, but there is one very, very important from that ones, the most important one. No, from the Nobel Prizes. The transistor. The transistor was invented in 1948 in Nokia. The words came in 1956. It was the base for the third industrial revolution. I highlighted this because the 5G is the base for the fourth industrial revolution. Later on, at the end of presentation, I will have an invitation for you related to this Nobel Prize. I hope that I will not forget to share this. So, Nokia Factory. Yeah, Nokia Factory. It's an invitation to Nokia Factory. We did this demos because through the technology it's working, and we did for a local manufacturer here in Timișoara, a big one. We did a live demo in Nokia Factory in Oulu in Finland. Yeah. And seriously, we can organize. It's feasible to organize online, but not necessary. But it's also possible to organize online. So a part of the Nobel Prizes, by the way, the last one was in 2024, so last year, for contribution in AI. The previous one in 2023. The ninth one in 2018. So not all of them are in past in history, like the transistor. At least 3 of them are quite recent. Even an Oscar, you will see later for what, not for the best actress or things. Even the CEO is not so well trained in the movies. Okay, so Nokia has a large presence across the world in 130 countries. It's more or not, and you see. I will just want to highlight the investments in research and innovation. I will come back later with some more detailed figures. Again, on this slide, I want to highlight the last one, the innovation centers, the 17 innovation centers. Why? Because from that 17 innovation centers, one is in Timișoara. big family, in a big company like Nokia, to have one innovation, one of the 17, and most probably in terms of investments and resources and employees and so on, probably we are easily in top 10 in Nokia. So we have this big chance, this big opportunity for the city and for Romania, and big responsibility for the employees that are working already in Nokia to create opportunities in the future. So just remember that one innovation center is in Romania. It's the biggest one and the oldest one. It's from 1991. It started through Alcatel, a French company. Later on, it was Alcatel-Lucent in 2006. And since 2016, we are Nokia. But the same activity, technologies, telecommunication technologies, the biggest and the oldest one. Okay, so right now some details about standardization. Nokia has a big contribution, and oops, no, nu pot, nu merge. Nu de aici ar trebui. Nu, vreau mult. Mai. Da, mult în spate. Okay. No, the previous one, sorry. And I'll continue. One more, please.
În față, ziceam.
Yeah, aici. Okay. It's fine. I'll continue from here. Nokia is doing a lot of business from patents. It's not the main business for Nokia, but it's huge. And for this, our involvement in standardization and in patents, it's very high. There are 4 big domains. We are still getting a lot of money for each mobile phone that it's selling on the market. But not only, you will see later how many we have, for example, in the 5G and not only. But so there are cellular standards, there are device technologies, network technologies, and multimedia technologies. So this is the main domains, and on the right side you have the sectors: mobile headsets, electronics, connected vehicles. This is interesting for specific of Timișoara industry, a lot of automotive companies here, IoT, multimedia services, and metaverse. This is the virtuous circle of innovation. So we are investing, as you saw, a lot in R&D. Later on, we are investing a lot in standardization, afterwards in productization, and at the end of monetization. Just imagine how earlier we are starting to develop or to standard new technologies before becoming commercial. Let's take the example of the 5G, which is quite recent, not in Romania, unfortunately. We as country, not we as Nokia, we still have some difficulties to widely implement the 5G or operators using equipment from Nokia, for example. But just imagine that we started to standardize 5G almost 7 years ago, and this technology is designed to be used for at least 10 years from now on, until the moment when the 6G will come. So just imagine that we should have a forecast of 15 years from the moment of standardization till the moment of taking another technologies over the existing one. So it's so important to visualize this perspective in many years. It's challenging, it's difficult, but this is how it's working, because one new technology is coming roughly every 10 years. The 5G came earlier, after 7 years, but there were some particular aspects like pandemia or the war in Ukraine. But otherwise, the technologies before came after 10 years each after other. So it's a long journey, and we should carefully take care during from the beginning, during the standardization, how this technology will ensure our needs, in fact, our future needs. So there are 6 policies, 6 policy consideration that we are taking into account. Leverage the existing strengths. So we are not starting from zero. The new technology is not starting from zero, is not erasing the previous one. It's taking the advantages, the strengths of the previous one, and put into the global view of our strengths that are discovered during the way. It's about values and trust. Nokia, it's every year part of the most trusted 100 companies worldwide in all the domains. It's about the security and openness. On this one, I will come back with a few details later. The spectrum strategy, the spectrum is limited. So the frequencies that we are using for the networks is not unlimited. So we should carefully build the spectrum strategies. So on hand, we need more data transfer, we need low latency and things like this. But on the other hand, we base on the same spectrum. Frequencies are more or less the same. In 5G, they are new frequencies, they are gigahertz frequencies, but so far we were in a range of megahertz frequencies. Okay. Nokia is the leading company in wireless and wireline standards. You see here some of the biggest organizations, standardization in telecommunication, obviously. 3GPP, 6G, Open RAN, Open Radio Access Network, networking, multimedia, and spectrum regulation. Probably at least few of them are familiar for all of you. For the ones that you are working in the standardization industry, most probably most of them are well known.
Apologies, Mr. Ciocan, the last 2 minutes, and then we are looking forward for the surprise at the end of the presentation.
Okay. Okay. So this is the slide with highlights in terms of patents. For example, 7,000 in 5G. For example, the 2,000 family patents in the past 10 years. So you see on the first row the investment in R&D. So altogether, it's positioning Nokia as leader in this industry. It's very important, and it was highlighted a few times, the openness. This is what we are doing, so we are not keeping the technology just for us. And you will see how we are we are offering access to the technology for our partners. This is what we did in Timișoara and in Romania. Most of them are from Timișoara. The universities, we have partnerships with 10 universities across Romania, the most important ones in Timișoara, obviously. Local governance entities, national, like Romanian Space Agency, partners, startups, and so on. This is how we support the education and how we are offering access to the technology. On the first picture on the left, there is inauguration of the 5G labs in Military Technical Academy last year. It was not the first one. 3 years before, we did the same with the same initiative, a 5G lab in Timișoara for Faculty of Electronics and Telecommunication. As far as I know, it was the first 5G lab in 2021 of the university in Romania and most probably in this part of the Europe. Others are I don't have time now to details, but on the last one on the right is European Researchers Night. This is a European event. It's organized every year at the end of September. It will be this Friday. I don't know if you'll spend a few more days in Timișoara. If you do, you are invited. It's free for participants. It's free for visitors. It's for the community. So we are inviting everybody that is willing to share what they are doing in research and innovation to the community. And with this occasion, we will share with the visitors that Nobel Prize. We have the transistor here in Timișoara with the help of our colleagues from United States, from Nokia Bell Labs. We have the transistor here in Timișoara, and for the one that will visit us this Friday, you can see the first transistor, you can see a Nobel Prize, and also the first phone of Alexander Graham Bell. And this is my last slide. This is the Nokia Romania garage. This is a physical space in Nokia. It was inaugurated in 2018 when Nokia decided to encourage entrepreneurship spirit for Nokia employees, but not only. So in this space, a part of Nokia employees, we are inviting universities, professors, high schools, startups, small, medium companies, and so on, to work together and to develop together different projects. This is a few of them. On the first row are directly related to Nokia technology. The other ones with a combination of, you see the drone or the robotic arm on the right bottom picture. There is a specific robotic arm that we are able to remotely control over 5G. Like, for example, a smart manufacturing company or remote surgery, because this is the future also in medicine. So that's all. Thank you for attention, and
thank you, Mr. Ciocan. And thank you very much for all the speakers and participants today. It was a very intense day with many precious information and contributions from all of you. Now we'd like to conclude the day, and Ms. Iuliana Chilian, Director General of ASRO, will sum up the day. Thank you, Ms.
Yes, thank you very much, dear guests, dear participants, dear speakers. I was quite in a hurry, but I just received the message that the bus is a little bit late, 10 minutes late, so we'll take the time. Because some cables fell on the roads. Well, while putting together this project of organizing the Balkan Standardization Conference under this theme, because we thought that we need to give a relevant content and an actual theme for our regional conference, we were thinking whom to invite and what should be the messages that we could conclude and take out of our gathering. Actually, this first day exceeded somehow my expectations. And this last part, this last panel with representatives of 4 biggest innovative companies in Romania have emphasized or have conveyed real live testimonials about the relevance of standards and standardization into the business community. I just noted some of the expressions. Standards are vital for our future workforce. Better to be in the game than to be outside the game. Standardization is a catalyst, not an obstacle for innovation. Standards are strategically important. We cannot afford not to participate, not to contribute. So these actually demonstrate and reveal that the new force, the new workforce, the young professionals need to be educated into standardization. And we across this Balkan region as national standardization bodies, I think need to share our best practices, need to import practices from other organizations and start to put in place strategies and concrete actions in regard to this objective. The need is here, the need is present in the industry, in the standards users. So tomorrow we will find more about these best practices from your side, from the participants in the from the standards organizations, and a little bit more dive into the relation between standardization and research and innovation. So I would like to close this first day to thank you for your patience, to thank you for your contributions, very relevant and very interesting. For me, working for ages in standardization, these were very enlightening and rewarding contributions and interventions. So thank you very much. And in 10 minutes or so, we are expected to be present in the parking in front of Rectorat, yes, where the bus will be present and pick us up for the visit to a very well-known winery in the region and to the dinner tonight. So thank you very much.
Deci, da,